That was a weird scene transition. Fledglings. Family of fledglings. Felicitations. Well, I messed that one up too. Felicitations, my family of fledglings. I'm cultist night tonight. I don't have like one of those like cloak sort of things. I just feel like wearing a funny setup with the hood and the headphones. Makes me look big brained. Hey. Oh, and ghosts. It's so good to unsee you as well. Hi and welcome. Demon Holiday here, your ghost host with the most host. I am falling off my platform. That's a problem. That feels a little bit better. I think I need to move what I'm on top of because I absolutely feel like I'm falling off. Hi, how are you? Is this the first time you're seeing me for a couple weeks because I went on vacation and forgot to tell half of you? Sorry about that. It's lost. Welcome, first champion lost. Our fearless leader is here, indeed. Hi. Look at all those announcements you get across platforms, too. I love that. Wonderful. Tonight, we're going to be playing some Enshrouded, as we're so wont to do on Friday nights. Hope y'all are having fun, had a great weekend, and a great weekend? Had a great week, and are ready to kick off your weekend. I'm already streamer brained. I'm still jet lagged. I haven't really gotten good sleep. Well, actually, I got a little bit of good sleep this afternoon, and now my body remembers what sleep is like, which is generally pretty bad because now it wants a whole lot more, and I don't have it to give because we're going to be staying up and playing Enshrouded. All right, so without further ado, let's pop in game. All right, we're on our mega build server. Been doing a little bit of work in town because I'm starting to get a little bit burnt out on the main home. But I do think I need to take a look at the house and see what sort of things we have next to do. You know what I mean? Possibly some outside work. I was talking about maybe railings on the sides of the walkway up here. I might do stone fence. This is stone fence. Might do stone fence along the sides here. Maybe not because it's already on the outside of the perimeter of the property. But it's a theory. I'm not sure what to do to cap off the, you know, maybe I'll just do brick. I could just do more brick. I can at least test out and see how it looks. House itself, I feel like has some external wall work to do. And then definitely some furnishing and ideas that I need to work on for the inside. Oh, I've left so many things open and undone. Sloppy house owner over here. Gotta close all these up. We'll be joined tonight by some of our other favorite Enshrouded folks. This is a server that has a small. You are lurking in the shadow. You are there. Hollywood superstar Shia LaBeouf. I love that your intro and the lurk are not. They don't wait for each other. They're not part of the same queue, so you get like a special remix every time you do that. Thanks for the lurk. Oz will be joining us a little bit later, or so she says. And speaking of folks joining us. I'm still very excited about that intro. It's still really nice to see. I don't think it'll ever stop being nice, but I gotta stop everything I'm doing and just enjoy basking in that. Am I a ninja? Did I not mention I was coming up on stream? I think I pinged Haunted. Are you part of the Haunted role on Discord? Oh, I'm ninja because of this. I was like, what do you mean? I think I announced my coming online. No, you just mean the hood. Yeah, we're going ninja mode. Maybe I could just no, this is probably hard to understand me if I do it like that. Yeah, we're just we're mega mind headed. I just supersized my head for the stream. As if I didn't have enough of a 5 head. Now we just got to make everything that much bigger. Yeah, we'll be joined by some of the usual suspects this evening. But in the meantime, I think I'm just going to do a little bit of housekeeping, some work on my main property over here, which we sort of neglected last time we were in. I'm really glad you like it. I just kind of had a notion and mashed it together. Yeah, you got a eye for good style. I appreciate it. If I put it here, it messes up. Well, I guess this is just kind of like floating terrain over here. It doesn't really look too clean or terrific. I guess some of it actually stays. I thought maybe I'd kill some of the grass that was in there. Yeah, this just kind of, just having like a little bit of an extra curb actually looks pretty nice. Just kind of knits everything together just a little bit more. And it's not too samey to put the same block on top of itself. Some games, if you were to do this, it would look really too samey, too repetitive everywhere. That is not right. There we go. But this game does a good job of making textures of the same block look good, even when you're putting them on top of and beside each other. Where's the end of this? Is that about right? I think that's about right. That's kind of typical of me in art stuff, though. I just go, oh, and then make stuff. That's talent. You should enterprise on that. Should do something with these. Maybe I'll hold off until the day because it's dark and it's kind of hard to see what that area there particularly deserves. This foyer is pretty nice already. I do want to put something in the these are supposed to be like walk-in closets on either side, but I'm not really sure what speaks to these areas. Maybe a little low bench in the back. You know, might take off muddy boots, or like a sopping cloak or something like that. But I don't really know what else we'd have that would look like it goes in a closet per se. We can take a look at what the carpenter has to offer. This guy has most of the good things to play around with. Bench? Maybe just like a polished wooden bench. We're gonna need some more wood planks here. These are probably not appropriate for closets. Got a lot of illumination options. Maybe some wall decorations. Could put up some of these banners. We've got a lot of. I don't think we necessarily need those in closets. That doesn't make too much sense. Maybe some crates. These are just for show anyway. The cupboards, maybe. Do any of these look like a wardrobe? Kind of not. This, no, it's still pretty small. Yeah, I don't know. They kind of don't really look like cupboards. We're pretty low on amber. Maybe we'll go and farm some amber while we're warming up here. These cabinets all look like bookshelves, so I don't know that they'd necessarily fit. Maybe one of these higher shelves, though. You could put some personal effects up on a higher shelf, just in case there's some kids running around. Not that there are any kids in this game yet. Dishware doesn't make any sense. Clutter is just flasks. I don't know that necessarily makes sense to go in there either. A wooden bucket. Maybe a wooden bucket or two. Let's start by grabbing some amber first. I will equip my helmet so I'm not bereft of all my gear. That'll make it a little bit safer. We also need to get this guy his crafting stuff too. We should go into the hollowed halls in this server so we don't have to bounce out to do stuff. I guess I already have decent rested. We could probably cap off just a couple minutes of it by hanging out in here. And it's officially daytime. Good. Amber is sort of like here-ish. So we'll just fast travel to the spire. And we'll have to go through. Oz has a big earring event tomorrow. If you happen to live in our area, you could see her in person slinging her wares. But if you can't, go to bloodmoonmenagerie.com and pick up a pair for yourself. Or 10. You know, you don't have to wear the same earrings every day of the week. And surely you know people who also have ears. Oz also recently finished a commission for some really sweet necklaces. And by sweet, I don't mean like in the 90s term of the word, like, oh, that's sweet, man. You did a sweet job making those. I mean, it's very adorable and sweet, the story about how these necklaces came to be sort of designed. Our local children's librarian, whom our kids love, her mom is throwing a very special birthday party. Not for our kids, not for her daughter who works as the librarian, but for herself and her friends. She's one of like a group of 7 besties that all graduated at the same time, so they're all the same age. They're all turning the big 7-0 this year. And they're all going to celebrate in one massive birthday together and just like do it up. I don't have 7 friends my own age. I don't know how that happens. How do you keep that many high school friends well associated with you? I guess don't move, which there was my first fault. And so librarian's mom said, hey, I really like Oz's jewelry crafting. What if we did birthstones on matching necklace styles, but the birthstone would be different for everybody who's born in different months? And it turns out all 7 of them were born on 7 different months or something like that. I don't know all the particulars. You have to ask Oz. I might be fabricating some of the story just to because that's how I remember it in my head. But they all, yeah, she's gonna gift a necklace to herself and to all of her friends. They're all gonna wear it all together and bond over having these completely unique and bespoke designs, but they're all part of, you know, like a unifying style that they all get to wear. Yeah, like how bridesmaid dresses can sometimes be like unifying style. Oh, I see another person has joined the server. I see a Nico off in the distance. Right where I am, right where I'm standing. Lurker. What's he doing over there? I wonder. But isn't that the cool story? I mean, so many friends stayed around each other for so long. All turning the same age, the same year. That is a Nico. And they're all going to be wearing something cute together. Love it. All the guys I went to high school with who came out later, I still talk to on occasion, actually. Good, that's awesome. You're living that dream too. I guess if you have people who are willing to stay to engage with each other online, that's part of it. I think a lot of the people I went to high school with, they just don't use the internet. Like, they're not really savvy. I mean, they might use like Facebook, but even that, sparing, and they're just not. A lot of my old friends are not internet people. They do not go online, or if they do know how to use social media, they're like turned off from it. And you can't get in touch with them for almost anything else. Yeah. It became a thing for them when they started going to gay bars to track me down. popular in high school, were you? That's pretty funny. I wonder if he goes to this one. No, that's a dud. How would they know? Maybe you only go on like Tuesdays or something, and they've only ever gone on a Thursday. Like, how would you stalk somebody down at a venue? That'd be pretty hard, unless you like did one of those things you can only see in movies. Usually, pay off the bartender and be like, "Hey, do you know a guy named Troa? Maybe he comes here, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. He's about yay tall, has this color hair, and you know, just let me know if you see something." And you fold some money into their hand, all slick like. You were out in high school though. Oh, right. In Salt Lake City at the time, there weren't gay bars, just gay nights at bars, so that helped. Okay, far less places for them to try and track you down. I see you lurking. Are you chatting tonight?
Maybe.
Hi.
I didn't want to interrupt.
All good.
You know, I came down to visit, and I realized I'm half naked.
You are. You sure are. I was even saying as I was coming over here, I was like, oh, I better put on all my gear because I was, you know, vanity. Didn't want to just be like full armored up while in the city. Doesn't make sense, role-playing wise. We've made this huge place safe and domesticated.
We should make this a roleplay server.
Yes. Harsh rules. Kick anybody out who breaks OOC.
Huh.
That'd be fun. Imagine if Enshrouded became the next like GTA. You know they have 16 people on the server though. Although realistically, I don't know that I ever saw more than 16 people at a time when we were doing Red M.
It's crazy now.
Is it?
Oh yeah, they increased the what do you call that? The population server cap. Yeah, so that's the what I was looking for. It's like in the 400s now. And not only that, but because there's so many people, they divided the server into 2 instances.
Oh wow. Okay. Is there a way to travel between instances, or do you have to log out, log back in? Oh, train. Oh, that's actually really smart. Clever girl. Akuma was on last time we streamed this Wednesday, I guess.
Yeah. No, she's I wouldn't say very active, but she pops in quite a bit.
Oh, sorry. I was flipping over to Enshrouded without saying, speaking of servers on Enshrouded on Wednesday. Akuma was on this server.
I see.
Looking at the Hobbit hole, making plans, deciding where she wanted to go next with the build.
Nice.
So, yeah, good stuff. How are you doing? Did work fall apart in the 2 weeks I was gone?
Didn't fall apart.
Okay, good.
It's just, you know, usual stuff.
Mm-hmm. No, that's the end of that axe.
How's your trip? Good trip?
You know, it was trying. There were some hard parts to us being there, but overall really good experience, and I think a lot of positivity came out of the whole thing. It was a lot of work.
Good.
A lot of work. We were, for those of you that weren't here for the sort of debriefing when we came back home, we were over at Oz's at my in-laws, Oz's parents, helping them sort their affairs for the potential to move to Georgia.
Oh.
Big stuff. And so we spent a lot of time. We thought about it and we're like, you know, we could go through your closets and everything and do like the loose stuff around the house, knickknacks on shelves and all that kind of stuff. Or we could go to the garage with the big heavy stuff that's harder for like them to move around and shift through. And plus, it's only going to get hotter and hotter in Southern California. So it's like if we tackle garage stuff now, with a lot of us helping out all at the same time, we can knock out a lot of that while the weather is cooler and it's nicer to do. So we saw the inside of that garage more than any other place while we were on our trip. But you know, it's all feeding into, you know, a better future for all parties involved.
Yeah.
Hopefully good stuff in our future. Is this wood? Anything exciting in your world? How's streaming been?
Streaming's been alright. Been juggling Alien Isolation on Sundays, Final Fantasy 9 on either or both Tuesday, Thursday. But we went back to 14 yesterday's stream for a little bit. Actually, for the whole stream.
Nice.
It was nice to get back in.
Getting geared up for new content.
We're getting other people geared up for new content. I was just along for the ride, really.
Nice.
I was just the bus driver.
Hi, Lost.
Hello.
I heard just a bit of your voice, and I was like, "Oh, he's here." Start with that. Lost, how was your 2-week break?
It was all right. It's been very, very rainy.
That sounds lovely.
Yeah, it's been rainy here too. It's kind of annoying because my truck is filthy. I kind of went unintentionally off-roading. And it's fucking filthy, and I don't want to wash it because it's just gonna get even dirtier, muddier again once I do wash it. So I'm like, you know, let's just wait until we get a few days of nice weather. Although tomorrow it's going to the dealership to get its first service.
Ooh.
And I'm sure they're gonna want to wash it.
Right.
I'll let them.
So unintentional off-roading. What does that look like?
Oh, so I took Kato to his groomer, and they're kind of out in fucking, I wouldn't say BFE, but it's still in the middle of nowhere. And the roads you take there are these shitty ass back roads, but they were all under construction for like the last few months, or a couple months really. And the last time we visited, there were no roads; it was just mud. And then recently, it was paved kind of, but it was like mud everywhere, and it was rainy, so it was just everywhere I went, it was just splashing everywhere. There's puddles, and sometimes I couldn't get on the road to get this place. Honestly, if I had my old Civic, I don't know if I would have made it.
Yeah.
And they didn't say anything. They didn't update anybody. They just surprise.
Wow. Wooed? We're doing maintenance too. We've just been out. Tro says it's been bright, warm, and sunny outside today. I'm considering blackout curtains. Blackout curtains saved our lives.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Not only does it help us sleep deeper, but we've got them in the girls' room for their better sleep, which gives us better sleep. And, you know, they say that if you sleep with a bunch of light on in the room, even like night lights, it can cause you to speed up aging in kids. I don't know if anybody else has looked into this, especially if you ever bred or intended on breeding, or you just know somebody who did and they have kids in bright, cozy rooms with like all the things to keep the monsters away. It can having too much light on while you're sleeping can induce a lot of hormone release that wouldn't otherwise happen in deep dark night. And you can get something called, what is it called? I'm gonna mess up the term, but like preemptive puberty. It's not preemptive, but like it comes. What's the word? Precocious. I don't know. It's a puberty that comes on too early, right? So like, you know, that can cause problems down the road. Like if you were already gonna start to transition into your teenage body at like 11 or 12, 13, whatever, and it comes up like 3-4 years earlier, that can cause a lot of problems down the line. So yeah, blackout curtains are great. Jam says, happy Enshrouded Friday.
Jam.
I blacked my room out. My room is dark as I can make it. My bedroom anyways. Us too. Yeah. As like when I'm working, I especially, and I know the kids aren't going to be hanging out. If the kids are hanging out, I'll let some sunlight in. But if I know they're not going to be around, I draw everything down to like pitch black, and Oz calls it like my cave. Not a man cave, just a cave. Troa says my bedroom is pitch black. I'm talking the great room. My plants would revolt though. Yeah. Got to keep the great room happy and healthy if you're going to have plants in it. This is looking better on the inside. Oh, except for that little bit over there. So I don't know if anybody had any plans they wanted to tackle tonight in Enshrouded.
I am working on my spot.
Excellent.
I'm just filling in the town.
Mm-hmm. I'm doing some of that right now too. Cleaning up places that are obviously damaged.
Jam tomorrow, jam yesterday, but never ever jam today.
That's one I haven't heard in a while. Is this weathered? It is weathered, I guessed right for once.
Well, this is
You dying?
not too easy to build.
You know, I thought it would take me a while to figure out how to play this game again, but it's like riding a motorcycle.
Aw. We should start a moto vlog.
We should.
Or I guess in your case, restart.
Restart, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I was watching some of the old videos of some of my favorite. It's like a duo. These two guys run a motorcycle shop and go out on tours to like just back areas that people wouldn't otherwise see around them. Some of them are kind of long rides to get to, and they're just trying to like showcase the area that they're in and what it's like off the main path. You know, how people live like out in the wherever they happen to be, and they talk along the way, and they talk when they get there. Sometimes they stop at a place just to scope out maybe some old architecture or art or abandoned areas. Sometimes it's for food, but it's never like they're not like tied to one thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I super appreciate that. Might be a consideration.
You know, they have IRL streamers who walk around and go shopping, or they go out and eating at places with their friends.
I have actually never looked at that as a stream type. I've never watched anybody do any of that. What's it like?
I don't really hardcore follow anybody or watch them, but I've seen a couple here and there. Like I saw this one. It I couldn't really tell because they kept flipping handing the camera off.
Mhm.
So I don't know if it was a dude or a girl, but there was just a group of friends that went out to. They were in, I think it was Washington State, and there was like some sort of nut convention, like peanuts and shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And anyway, they were doing that, and I was like, well, that's kind of cool. I mean, it takes a bunch of specialized and expensive hardware to do that.
Yeah.
But they were just walking around and eating at restaurants and just chilling in town. It was pretty cool to see that. But I was like, you know what? What if you took that? Because they're all wearing backpacks with all their like portable modems and shit.
Mhm.
What if you were to put that backpack on with all that equipment and go riding a motorcycle around? Obviously, you wouldn't be able to read chat, but I actually looked into that.
I wonder if somebody just served as a mod that they could like read chat out loud.
Well, that's the thing,
Like in
because
a-
I've also got. I'm sure you know the headsets you wear, the earpieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so you can communicate. They're Bluetooth communicators, communication devices that you talk to your buddies when you're on rides. But if you were to make a phone call to say the person in the chair, and had a conversation while you were riding,
Mhm.
and they would read chat, and then you'd respond, and if you're riding around your town, and people want to ask questions about whatever you're riding through or riding past, and wanted to ask questions, and the moderator or person in the chair would be there to answer or ask, communicate. I guess be the liaison between chat and you.
Right. Like an intelligence person in a spy movie.
Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. The guy in the chair. Oh, in Spider-Man terms.
The guy in the chair. Von Diva, hello. Hi and welcome.
But
Also,
I'd really thought about this.
Jam was also making fun of Nut Convention. It just sounds fun.
I mean, why wouldn't you?
Sorry. You were thinking about this.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, it's something I thought about and not really looked into because I priced everything out, just, rough estimates. And it was in the thousands. And I was like, that's a lot.
Hmm.
But,
I mean, it is and it isn't. It could be really fun.
it could be really fun.
And like if it's a business venture sort of thing,
Yeah.
it's all about could you get a return on investment that makes it worthwhile to pump that kind of money into something like that. Like one, it's fun, so yes, you could consider it just fun money. But two, I mean, we have things that we have to pay more attention to than just having fun, like having college funds and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Potential of buying homes and all that kind of stuff needs to be decided. So with the right return on investment, something like that could be a pretty good idea. I would personally, if I knew that we had something where we could do like a show where we toured around and saw like several different places and maybe did it all in like one season, like a summer where we just travel like here, hit it all, and then like cut that into multiple episodes that we could then release over time.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't have to do all the editing in one big chunk because that would be forever, and then
Sure.
it would protract the releasing of them like too far out.
Yeah, and the one thing that comes to mind is The Long Way Round. I'm sure you've seen that, right?
No,
Or know
I
of
haven't.
it?
No.
Oh, fuck. Okay, so Ewan McGregor and Charlie Borman, I think they did one movie together, but they stayed really good friends, and they both love motorbikes. One day, they decided it was a good idea to do this. They decided to do a road trip on motorcycles, adventure bikes, starting in London and going the long way around to New York.
What?
Yeah. And you're like wondering, well, how do they get across from Eastern Europe to Canada, right?
Uh-huh.
They actually chartered their bikes on a boat, a ferry from somewhere in Eastern Europe, I think somewhere in Russia, and then all the way to Alaska, and then rode down from Alaska through Canada to the north, the northern border of U.S., and then rode to New York. But their adventure from London through places like Mongolia and other other crazy places it's really cool to watch. But they just spend like I forget how long they were out there. 9 months maybe. It was the better part of a year, and they had two called chase cars with the camera equipment, but they were like way behind them.
Yeah.
And
kind of just there for care control.
Yeah, well, they wanted to be there because they were hauling the camera equipment. So if the guys needed, and also supplies, but like, I think they had all the recording, the hard drives to store all the stuff. So they would meet up at checkpoints and do whatever they needed to do, exchange hardware, and if anything went wrong with the bikes, they would have some equipment to help with the repairs, but for the most part, the bikes were on their own. But it was just one massively long road trip, and it's always something I've always wanted to do.
Yeah, really.
Maybe not that extreme.
Yeah, well, we wouldn't want to do that same exact course.
No. There are people who've done the same thing since that had come out, and props to them. But it's not something I've way too many other responsibilities I couldn't ignore for that long.
Yeah, for sure.
But anyway, I think something like a road trip like that would be fucking cool.
That'd be amazing, really. I would be absolutely down. I would figure out a way. Even if it was just touring parts of the U.S.
Yeah, no, I wanted to do like a all 50 states road trip.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 48.
It's Brittany, bitch.
Could do 49.
Yeah. Now, I have ridden a scooter in Hawaii, so I don't know if that counts. Actually brought my own helmet, rented a scooter. It was cool.
That sounds fun. Bondiva says, hope all is well. I would say so. I'm sleepy, but I'm happy. If that makes sense. And Robot has joined. Hello, Robot.
Robot, hello.
Our favorite AI. Our favorite robot overlord. To one day own all of our fates. I have driven around parts of Hawaii, but I've never actually ridden anything two-wheeled. I think it would be a blast. I've done a lot of the precarious driving, like the most precarious driving in Maui. Pretty much every precarious road in Maui I've been on. And it would have been so much more fun on two wheels.
Yeah. The downside when I was there is that I was with people who had never ridden anything on two wheels other than a bicycle, anything motorized.
Oh.
And because mopeds or scooters in the state of Hawaii are considered bicycles, you can ride the bicycle lane. So those who didn't feel comfortable on the roads, we sat in the bicycle lane with them.
Oh.
And for me, obviously, that was really boring.
Yeah, that sounds really lame.
Yeah. We did drop them off, and those of us who did have experience on motorcycles, we actually rode around like a bunch of hooligans. Scooters are fucking fun.
Yeah. I've never ridden a scooter before.
They're a little weird because the wheels are smaller, obviously, and the handling is much different.
Mm-hmm.
But they're fun. They're much more nimbler. much more nimble, I guess.
Yeah,
That's probably
I
the
could
proper way of
see
saying
that.
that.
Just because they're tinier and more lightweight.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're not going as fast, too. I can
Yeah.
imagine everything turns a little bit tighter. Robot also says hope all as well. Listen, we can only get one hope all as well per hour. And Von Diva already took that role. So we're going to need some different kind of well-wishing from you.
I hope this chat finds you well. Or I hope this message in chat, this Twitch message finds you well.
We just need something different, Robot. It's disappointing to see the same thing twice. Disappoint me. Von Diva says, I'm glad to hear that. I'm also pooped. Today kicked my tail. Welcome to the relaxing part of your day, I hope. Unless you're watching us while you're doing chores, in which case that sucks and you should stop right now. Don't listen to me. I'm a bad influence. Robot says, no, I hoped wheel is all. Now it just sounds like you're glitching. Do we need to get you a software update? A patch, Robot? Yeah, I used to be a big fan of this guy named Steve Isaacs. He was a front man for a couple bands. One that I really liked in Santa Monica area. And he started a YouTube show where people would get together and ride bicycles through LA and stop at some delicious place for a small bite. It could even be something that's totally not like bicycle fitness related. Like one of them was a kind of a bougie donut shop. And that, well, this is definitely not, let's go get healthy sort of show. It was just let's get on bikes and see. I think it was just a more intimate look at LA than through the eyes of driving through traffic on the 405.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciated that, but I would prefer a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Especially given the way LA drivers are.
Yeah.
I noticed something when we were over in Southern California, as far as drivers go. Oh, hang on, let me see. Von Dima said, oh, wait, you didn't read the first message? I hope well. Oh, you did say well is all. I read it. I just didn't read it right. I apologize, Evil Robot. Thank you for hoping that well is all, whatever that means. Von Diva says, I'm relaxing right now. I'm even more relaxed being here. Well, thanks. That's a nice vote of confidence that we're setting the right tonality. Robot says, I went to an outdoor restaurant the other day and it started raining. It took me 2 hours to finish my soup. You mean your rainwater tea at some point? Gross. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, I noticed something about drivers in Southern California. I think this has either always been the case and I was immune to it earlier, or it's a cultural shift that's only happened like since the pandemic, in which case, we're learning it new. One thing about drivers where we live here is they can be dangerously polite. And what I mean by dangerously polite is you can be driving with some other drivers around you and the rules of the road, like the right of way sort of thing. And so you're waiting for somebody to move and they're starting to wave you down even though it's absolutely their right, or they just stop and they don't do anything and then like everybody's frozen. And then some asshole behind someone gets frustrated because it's taking too long and they're impatient. And then they create sort of like a unsafe situation where like, oh my fucking God, just go. And they just, floor it and like slam around people or like drive in the shoulder to get around. And that happens an abnormally high amount where I live. Just like people that would wave anybody on no matter what, even if they definitely have the right of way. and makes it confusing and frustrating for everybody else who's, you know, trying to follow one cohesive law. And when we were in Southern California, we were driving around here and there to get some things done and meet up with some people. And it just felt like the general rule everywhere was everybody was going to do the most selfish thing possible. So whatever you could imagine, just imagine like the person next to you who's pacing you. He's pacing you because he wants to cut you off. Oh, there he goes. He's cutting you off. See, he actually did the thing. Or, you know, just asserting their position in traffic, trying to go when it's not the right of way because they're just in a hurry. And especially if you need to get over, you put on your turn signal, people speed up in LA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is you know, mean. It's mean. I'm doing the thing that everybody yells on social media, like nobody does this. Why is nobody turning on their turn signal? All I ask for is that you use your turn signal, but you do it over there, and they're like, "Oh, you want to get over? You fucking moron." That's the last thing I'm going to let you do.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, just really greedy, selfish driving. Not to say that everybody's, like, polite and courteous around here. In the city proper in Atlanta, people drive very poorly. Like, they don't learn how to drive well, or they're not paying any attention. I think it's more the latter. I think people probably learn how to drive, and then just they're trying to use their cell phone stealthily in the console, and they're not looking forward, or they're like just super distracted, because people do like really dangerous, bad, like it just looks like out the window, highly unfocused work.
Mm-hmm.
And it happens often enough that I'm not just picking on a few people. I've seen this, you know, like three or 4 years worth of a high level of unfocused drivers. Yeah.
I believe it.
Robot asks, Nico, should I simp over Tifa or Aerith? I'm torn.
Fuck. This is, I played. Now, I don't know which version you're playing, but I've played the original Final Fantasy VII 3 times
Mm-hmm.
and a little bit. And every playthrough, I ask myself that same question.
That's a tough one.
So the very first time, I think I went with Aerith.
Mm-hmm.
The second time I was like Tifa. The third time I don't even remember, which is funny because it's technically the most recent, but this is all like, late 90s.
Right.
So I honestly don't even remember. I would say Tifa.
Okay. Lost. What were you going to say? Tifa?
Yep. Yeah, and it sounds like you're playing Rebirth.
Oh, gee, you chose Yuffie? Nice.
I've never chosen Yuffie. I know that it was an option, but I lean more towards Aerith myself. Regardless of how the story plays out. It's just how I like to do. Also, Robot says people used to drive courteous down here in Texas, then we got flooded with Californians. There are a lot of Californians where we live too. I don't know if I'd use the term flooded, but we find them somehow.
As most of you know, I'm also in Texas, and I agree with Robot.
Mm-hmm.
The funny thing is, in California, you don't want to get trapped doing getting stuck on the toll road, because that's like
it's an expensive mistake.
Fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, here, if you're on the toll, and you accidentally stay on the toll for an exit, you only get charged for that exit.
Oh, okay. That's not
So
bad.
depending on the time of day and which day of the week, that could be $1 or it could be 13 cents. But people are willing to crash into other people to make sure they get off the exit before that first charged exit.
That's
insane. And it's insane.
And stupid and dangerous.
Yeah. Now I don't know if other states are like that as well, as far as like the California tolls are, but every time I see that backed up exit, the last free exit backed up, I just assume it's all Californians.
And it's funny because on the, or at least in the areas in Southern California that I've driven to that have or turn into a toll road, they make it nice and obvious for you. Like, they give you plenty of forewarning. There's big signs. Like, again, unless you're driving super distracted, like you're from Atlanta, you should be all right. You should be able to manage. Like, oh yeah, there it says on the signs of the next 3 exits. The third one there is last free exit before toll or something like that. And like, you know, yellow highlighter bold.
Mm-hmm.
So they make it really as easy as you could ask for. Robot says, let's get a drink sometime, Nico, if you're within 2 hours of San Antonio.
I am actually.
There you go. What do you even drink, Robot? Motor oil? Are you water cooled? I heard somebody argue that water cooled PCs are the dumbest thing because you still have to cool the water. Thoughts?
I have water cooled.
You do?
I do.
Oh. Do you like it?
I have no complaints. Yet, anyway.
Okay. Why'd you do it? What was your... What
2
swayed
reasons.
you?
One was curiosity.
Okay.
I have heard of liquid cooled computers for, I don't know, over a decade, over almost 2 decades. Well, what year are we in? I remember it was brand new, like sort of like early 2000s. It was brand new. I was like, oh wow, that sounds pretty fucking fancy.
Yeah.
But ever since then, I was like, maybe one day. Anyway, I had the opportunity to do it this last build, and I was like, you know what, I'm fucking doing it.
Nice.
So far, no complaints.
When you say no complaints, do you think that it is worth the expense?
Honestly, I can't even tell the difference. It's quieter though, I can tell you that right now.
Oh. There isn't like a specific sound that comes from cooling water?
No, it's completely silent. Versus, an extra big fan.
Mm-hmm.
An extra fan that is big.
Yeah.
But the problem is I have so many other fans that
Yeah, you do.
I still hear fans. So it doesn't completely eliminate sound out of your system, but honestly, most of us, when we play games, we have noise canceling headphones anyway. So unless I'm actively listening for my fans, I don't hear them. They're not that loud.
Well, I have reached the top of the building area.
Hey, congratulations. Oh, yeah, you did. I can see some of the scatter over yonder. Robot says radiator fluid, motor oil, all that good stuff. Thanks for the lurk, Fondivo. Robot also says I went to Austin recently and went bar hopping on 6th and Ramey Street.
Gross. Well, you have a good time at least.
What's gross about the area?
6th Street to me is like, when you have friends from when you lived in California and you had friends that come in to visit and they were like, I want to go to Hollywood.
Oh.
And you actually go to Hollywood and it's fucking dirty and gross.
Yeah.
It's not glamorous at all.
Yeah.
To me, that's 6th Street.
I see. Did I ever tell you I got to hang out in Austin for a few days? A couple weeks, actually. A couple weeks? A week.
Recently?
No, this was before I knew that you existed as a human being.
Oh,
unfortunately.
well, that was before I lived here anyway, so
Oh, perhaps. Yeah.
so it didn't matter.
It was nice. It was my favorite part of Austin, to say something nice about Austin, is it was cleaner than every other city I'd ever been to.
Oh yeah, it's apart from some parts of downtown 6th Street, it is a nice, clean city.
Hmm. I would say, like, I even noticed the like gutters and planters because I don't know, for some reason, in the middle of us hanging out, it dawned on me, like, hey, I just realized I haven't seen trash at all. And so I started looking like inside of planters, in the gutters, and I wasn't finding anything gross. And I'm like, this is weird. This is really like wild to my brain. You usually see, cigarette butts, or at least, I don't know, some sort of debris tossed somewhere. It just felt like Austinians just loved where they lived. Loved where they lived enough to keep it nice.
They call themselves Austinites.
Austinites? Oh, I don't know about that. I reject that endonym. Oh, I've heard worse. Robot says, oh, it was all about the company. San Antonio
Yeah.
had better tacos than Austin, though. Oh.
I agree with that
Yeah.
statement.
It's a bold claim. All right. I put a roof on a place that had zero roof. Got a new fully enclosed building in town. In Kelvin.
Uh-huh.
Not sure what to do with it yet, but you can do internal or interior design later. Were you still around when we quit stream last night and raided out?
I think I had tabbed out because I kept your stream up and I had to go take care of things before jumping off. But when I came back, I saw that you did raid out, but I didn't see the active raiding.
Mm-hmm. Did you see who we raided out to?
Yes. And he wasn't playing this. What was he playing? I can't remember what he was playing.
Is it Johnny? I'm getting his name right.
Yeah.
So
Johnny.
He said he had to try something else because he had put so many hours into an early access game that it was just, he had kind of run into I've sort of run out of motivation and things to do in the game. I've done everything so many times over and spent such a godly amount of hours in a game that's not, hasn't progressed for some time.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, I'm just gonna have to wait for new content, or I won't love the game as much anymore.
That's kind of where I've been at.
I can understand that. But it was interesting. He had really positive reactions to the clip that came up when I raided in. He shouted me out, and he was like, "Oh, I want to pull up another clip. I like this guy." He pulled up another clip, and he's like, "Dude, do we know each other? How'd you find me?" Like, he got really curious about like what's going on. Like, I felt what's the word I'm looking for? Very complimented.
Oh,
by the way he was reacting to me. I was like, "Oh, that's very kind. How did you get me through recommended videos? Do we know somebody in common?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. Do you know this guy Nico?" And then he shouted you out on stream, pulled up a clip of yours too. And he's like, "Oh, this guy, I love this guy. This guy's so cool." I was like, "Okay, well, we're buds.
So cool enough to hang out. Gosh.
And I was like, "Yeah, I wanted to thank you for some of the tips you inherently get, or I don't know, probably purposefully have been giving out in Enshrouded, and so it's helped out some of our builds to see some of the stuff that he was doing on his server." And yeah, he was just like pleased as punch.
Pleased as punch. Is that a Southern thing?
I don't know. I don't think I'm picking up Southern being here. I think I just have always said pleased as punch.
Oh yeah. Only ask because I'd never heard you say that before.
Okay. Well, he said something I've never heard anyone say before, but it was kind of cute.
What's that?
He was like, "Dude, friendship unlocked."
Ah,
I was
what?
like, "You're so corny," but I love it. Do you have a best taco you've ever had in your entire life? Since I see you as particularly a taco connoisseur.
Yeah, there was a place called Lorena's in downtown LA. It's funny because they had an actual storefront, a brick and mortar, but they only used it mostly for storage.
Interesting.
You could go and sit down inside, but they didn't take care of the interior at all. Everything was done outside. They had the outdoor sort of what are we talking about? The grill was outside. Just a flat. Why am I drawing a blank? What's that called?
The griddle?
Yes, a griddle. Jesus Christ. They had a griddle and then also a vertical spit, kind of like what you see in a Mediterranean place.
Yeah. The meat shaft.
Yeah.
That's not what it's called.
It's where they cook the al pastor.
Yeah.
And that was actually. So I'm trying to. I hope I'm telling this correctly, but apparently, way back in long ass fucking time ago, the people of, I don't know which country it is. I'm gonna fucking get it wrong. Somewhere in the Middle East, where that's where they cook the food. You know when you get
like gyro meat.
Yeah.
Like a shawarma.
Yeah, that people of that country. I can't remember what the name of which country that was. Anyway, they fled and ended up in Mexico and cooked their food on these vertical spits.
I love
it. And obviously over time, that's just how they cook their meat. So when I first saw this place, I had no idea. I was just like, oh wow, they cook them just like the whoever's. Why can't I remember the name of those people? The country. But anyway,
I don't know where it's from. Actually, I don't think I've ever learned. I never knew or I never looked up like what country did this cooking style originate from. I don't know.
I actually learned this from a show called Ugly Delicious with David Chang.
Interesting.
It's a really good
why
show.
ugly? What's the ugly part?
Just unusual food.
Oh, okay.
Of different cultures. But anyway, they had the food there. This taco stand was fucking delicious. They had the best barbacoa, the best al pastor. They had everything was just fucking fantastic. Everything was fresh. They make street tacos is what they're famous for. I wouldn't even know if I wouldn't even call them famous. When I found them, we were at a bike night, and it was at Earth Cafe in East LA, and
definitely been to that district. One.
Mm-hmm. You have been?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I know exactly that Earth Cafe.
Okay, cool. So it's actually really close to there. I can't remember the street names. It might have been 7th and something. But anyways, this little taco cart. I was riding around. I was fucking starving, and I didn't want Earth Cafe food.
Yeah.
I just wanted tacos. So I went around looking for tacos, and I found this taco stand, and there was like nobody there. I'm like, why is nobody here? Should I be even eating this? I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's roll the dice and see what happens. And it was fucking delicious. And so I got a bunch of tacos, put them on my tank, and rode back to Earth to eat these tacos. And of course, I get yelled at by Earth. You can't eat that shit here. I'm like, okay, fine. So I went across the street, parking lot, and sat on the curb and was eating these tacos. And people were like, "Ooh, what are you eating?" And I was like sharing my tacos, and because I had a whole bunch, I was 30 something, I could eat as much as I wanted, not have to worry. So I'm like sharing my tacos, and people are like, "Oh my god, we were gonna get these tacos," and it eventually became part of our bike night tradition that we go get tacos at Lorena, and then eat them there, and then go for dessert at Earth. And I don't know how. I mean, we went there for I don't know over a year. That was like our tradition every Thursday night. And this place just blew the hell up. It was, I'm not saying that I helped it, but how is it that I went there and then when nobody's there, and then like months later, it's fucking a city landmark.
Right.
Unfortunately, it's no longer there. I don't know what happened, but
after all that story,
I know. I left and I came back for a guest bike night without a bike just to see who all shows up. Nobody went to that bike night anymore. And Lorena's was no longer there. I heard they had a brick and mortar, like a proper setup somewhere else in LA, but I couldn't find it. But anyway, those were the best fucking tacos.
I'm so sad that doesn't exist anymore after all
know.
that story.
People are like, oh, yeah, I'm trying to find it and shit. No, sorry.
Damn.
I shouldn't be eating tacos anymore anyway.
Oh, don't say that. It's so sad.
It's very sad. Did I tell you I actually finally got a meeting with a nutritionist?
Oh, okay.
I had an appointment for the longest time, and it was set up like 2 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently she's like, I just died. What the fuck? It was she's like Miss Popular.
Oh.
Anyway, found out. Well, I don't want to get too much detail, but I basically have to follow. She didn't say paleo, but looking at all the things I can and can't eat, it's paleo.
Okay.
That excludes taco shells and tortillas and tortilla chips and corn in general. And of course, flour.
That sucks.
I would die.
Yeah. I'm trying to do my best to adhere to this diet, but sometimes I just want to risk,
Risk it for the
liver
brisket.
disease and stroke and heart attack and all that shit just so I can eat a goddamn fucking burger.
Right.
Or big carne asada burrito.
There are more ways these days to make what you want to make happen than I think there ever has been in the past.
I agree.
So don't lose hope. It might just be a matter of might be a matter of theory crafting the right recipes at home and doing more home cooking than eating out.
Well, the thing is, I do plenty of home cooking. I've always cooked most of our meals.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a different way of cooking using different ingredients, and I don't even know which ingredients. Because it's not just the meat issue. It's mostly most of my problem. She's like, the cholesterol is, she's like, I'm less worried about the cholesterol. I'm more worried about a couple elevated levels of liver enzymes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, great. She's like, what have you been eating? I'm like, sticking to like, what was it? Organic grain sprout type breads and cereals. And she's like, dude, you got to cut all that out. I'm like, fuck. It's the only thing keeping me full.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, I mean, you know, vegetables, they're fine. They taste good. They're fine, but they go right through you.
Right.
I'm like always hungry and always angry and moody.
Hangry.
Yeah, always. Fortunately, I have a very understanding wife. She's also, for even longer than I have, has been trying to stick to a paleo diet.
Mm.
And I'm like, okay, fine. The good thing is we're kind of have to stick to the same diet, so that's going to make things a lot easier than it has been.
Honestly, I don't think there's anything harder when needing to eat in a specific way than having a partner that will just eat or do whatever it is that you're not allowed to.
Yeah.
I mean, how could you even? We only have so much willpower, and we're already fighting our own instincts about, just shoving our face full of high carb, high dopamine release foods, and then to say, okay, I've found my Zen center and I've mastered the self. And then you're just watching her just indulge in everything that you couldn't have. Like,
well, for the longest time, it's been the opposite. So she's been trying to stick to the paleo diet, but has basically given up because when we go out,
you're just chomping down on
yeah,
sweet,
I'm like,
juicy burgers, staring at her, sauce running down your chin. It was like, what? What are you staring at?
A lot of times she's just like, you know what, whatever, I give up. Like it's too difficult to eat what I should be eating. I can't really stick to this diet when you go out to certain places. We cook food at home and it's fine, but like there are days where, like, especially Friday nights is our day to, like, we don't want to cook.
Yeah.
Let's just go out and do something. And she's just like, ugh. We go to a Mexican restaurant and forget to say, don't worry about the chips, and just plop the chips down. We're going to send them back. We're just going to throw them in the trash.
Yeah. That's
like,
hard to say no to.
I know.
It's like,
So we're just
well,
like,
they're here. Yeah.
Bug it.
Yeah, we don't live in a world that's very conducive to making the right choices. I was talking to Crims about this last night actually. And he was saying, yeah, we've got these health initiatives where, like, once a month we do this, like, we put all these healthy options out. As you probably know, he works in food service in hospital setting.
Yeah.
And then they're also always trying to accommodate, like, give healthy options because there's so many people who come through those restaurants that have different dietary restrictions, so they just really want to make sure they have flex for everybody's needs. But he says almost everybody who comes through their kitchen chooses the comfort foods. And it's like, well, if you think about it, part of a restaurant's offerings are they will sway what people end up ordering, right? And so if you have comfort foods and healthy foods, you're sort of already suggesting to people, like, hey, we want you to know we care about your health, but we're also putting this stuff out here that's just going to be so much more accessible to your tongue. You don't even have to fight it. It's just going to be tasty no matter what. And it's gonna be so nice once you finished eating it. It's going to give you mental health. Don't worry about your physical health. This is going to give you mental health to eat this, like, delicious comfort food. I think just having healthy options on the menu isn't necessarily enough. If you want people to eat healthier, we as a culture have to decide there are certain things that maybe we should have less of out there. They're harder to get, or we put some sort of a tax on that kind of stuff. We already tax a lot of bad things for you. Troa was saying there's like a sin tax on everything where he grew up, where if it's bad for your body, you pay an extra tax on top of sales tax. It's like, why don't we do that for, like, foods that make us unhealthy? Because in the end, we end up putting more stress on the medical infrastructure. And we end up, possibly putting ourselves into bad medical situation, medical debt, medical bankruptcy. So why wouldn't we tax those things so that it's more cost effective to eat healthy food instead?
True story. I have a question. You might know the answer to this.
Okay.
Why is it so non-organic food doesn't take more? Isn't it more costly because of all the pesticides and shit that it requires to do whatever they do versus organic?
Sorry, rephrase your question.
So, why is it that organic is more expensive when it's pesticide free, whereas pesticide free, like foods that are treated with pesticides, aren't the pesticides more costly than non-pesticide food?
So, I see your question, Robot. I'll get to you in a second here. Pesticides are pretty cheap, but not buying pesticides is cheaper than buying pesticides, right?
Well,
That's just a no-brainer. Obviously, not buying it would be cheaper. But if you don't pesticide up your food, then it gets eaten by bugs, and you can't sell that stuff. So you have more labor, more used land for less yield, but you still need to pay everybody for the work that they did for the crops that didn't survive, right?
I see.
You can't just say, hey, you know what? Our crop only yielded 50% of that pesticide farm's crops, so we can only pay you workers 50% of your wages. I hope that's cool. That's not cool. You know, farmers already don't make a lot of money as it is.
Yeah.
So you get paid for the work that you do. You work your hard, honest labor, and the only way to matriculate that money into the system, if you're losing more of your yield to natural causes, is to bump up the price at the grocery store.
I see.
Yeah. There are also sometimes more expensive alternate routes to pesticides to make sure that the yield stays up. That can be choosing certain soils, doing co-planting with certain types of crops to help reduce the pest infestation. Certain aversive other methods you can do. You can also do some mechanical methods, some types of screening that you can implement to keep your place a little bit safer from an invasion. So there are ways around it, and those all cost maybe more money than the cheap pesticides cost. So again, kind of raises prices in the end.
Yeah. All right. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. Hey, Nico, meow meow. Welcome. Long time no see. Actually, well, I guess we were just chatting. But hi and welcome to the stream. So Robot says, what's the best fruit, D? Asking me specifically. The best fruit? Like, what's my favorite fruit? Or like, what's the most healthiest, since we were just talking health stuff right now? I'm kind of curious what you mean by best. But I'll tell you, it doesn't matter what category, it's blueberries. It's the best in every category.
I knew you were going to say that.
And I'll tell you why it's the best fruit. It has nothing to do with your opinions or whatever data you might pull out of your ass, because I don't care about your data. I don't care about your facts. I just care that blueberries are my favorite fruit, and therefore they're the best. Blueberries are my favorite fruit because I grew up in the Pacific Northwest, just maybe a 15-minute walk from a blueberry patch. And I have sweet memories of my mom and me walking to the blueberry patch. And this was one of those, like, this only happens in like Oregon places off the beaten path. We went to this place. It is a pick as you go sort of thing. So you walk around with a little basket. You pick as many blueberries as you want. And then as you're leaving, there's like a little kiosk. There's nobody in it. You just put your blueberries on a scale. It tells you with a little calculator on the side of the scale how much you need to multiply your pounds by. That's what you owe. And then you drop your money in a little drop box, like a lock box that they put up there. It's all honor-based system, and you walk off with your blueberries, and then you go home. And what we used to do is make blueberry pancakes fresh first thing in the morning with the absolutely freshest picked blueberries ever. We also made a lot of blueberry muffins, and my mom was killer at making a good blueberry cobbler as well. So, yeah, top that story if you could possibly sway me on any other fruit. your answer is just probably wrong.
Yeah, that's my dog's favorite fruit too.
Oh, dogs love
It is.
blueberries. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
his
yes.
favorite fruit. And I also love blueberries as probably as much as you, but for different reasons. For actually the health benefits.
Oh yeah.
Which
They also happen to be
get
healthy.
into.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Tasty and healthy, and they're
Mhm.
great when you freeze them.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
We literally always have some blueberries in the freezer just because
Yep.
they're
Same here.
amazing. Yeah.
Now I want to go down and get some because I have some in my freezer right now.
Do it. Lady Nico says, my kitties have been driving me nuts all day. I've had to put Estrella in timeout 3 times. Oh no. They're on a warpath. And also, Lady Nico says, persimmons are my favorite. Hachia, blueberries are my favorite North American fruit. Interesting. I do think persimmons are really good, but I think they're less widely received. I think some people do not like persimmons, and so therefore, as a polarizing fruit, I can't say it's the best. I've never really met anybody to say, "Oh, blueberries, ugh, those gross me out." If they did, I've beheaded them and taken their powers. So now they're not around anymore to say that.
Or worse, unfriend them on Facebook.
Yep. You could do that. You could unfriend them on the platform of all platforms. Mother Zuckerberg's Facebook. Yeah. Mommy Zuck. Need to get a blueberry soup recipe. I would eat that in a heartbeat. I know people who do not like blueberries. They hate them. All right. Well, I guess that's what, you know what? I think we have a new premise for the motorcycle show. We get on our bikes, we tour the US, and we find the people that say they hate blueberries, and we
Beat them up.
exterminate them. Okay,
that too.
beat them up. No, let's start by beating them up. Maybe if we punch them enough, they will like blueberries, or at least say that they do to get us to stop punching them, which is kind of good enough for me. What do you
I
think?
am all on board.
Good enough
I
for
just
you?
want to punch people.
Oh, I mean, sure. Ride around and punch. Yeah, we could do it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll join.
Oh, hey, hell yeah. Wait, Lost, do you ride?
No, but I've kind of always wanted to get bike. I have a bicycle.
Okay. So you understand how to steer a gyroscopic 2-wheeled vehicle.
Yes.
That is literally the only requirement if you take the MSF course.
That you know how to ride a bicycle?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of wild, given how motorcycles are sort of the opposite concept
Like,
when you're on them.
You don't have to balance a motorcycle unless you're stopped, obviously.
Yeah,
But
you do
once
not
you
steer
going,
them.
Yeah. It's kind of silly.
Yeah, that's actually really funny. That would be a requirement. Learn how to do this thing, and then in the classes that we teach you how to ride a motorcycle, you will unlearn it and do the reverse.
You must unlearn what you have learned.
Right.
To quote Master Yoda.
Lady Nico says, I like persimmons because there's 2 types. Yeah, but one of them's not very fruity tasting. There's the firmer type, which you can eat right away, but I love the more egg-shaped ones because you let those ripen until they're all soft, almost like a water balloon. It's like fruit jello, and it is so tasty. Again, polarizing. My uncle has those on his farm. Well, I shouldn't say my uncle has. He's got that kind of persimmon. He has passed away, so he doesn't have. He used to have. And they're okay. I like them, but I know a lot of people that have tried them and were not really down. There's a certain type of person you could punch, and I don't think anybody would complain about it. Yeah, I think you know what I'm talking about. I mean, there's that. But we can't make a show out of punching those people. It'd be too polarizing. There still is a bit of a balancing act when you are riding a motorcycle because you have to know just how far you can lean over without making yourself wipe out, or the speed you're going and how much lean you have to give when you take a corner. A little bit. It's a different kind of balance. I guess the the main thing is with a bicycle and a motorcycle is the handlebars. I think is kind of what we're referring to.
Yeah.
You would never think on a bicycle I'm like pushing the handlebar away that I'm trying to turn toward, but that's kind of the motorcycle mechanics.
What's funny?
Uh-oh, now Luna's asking for blueberries.
It was I was probably 2 years into riding a motorcycle, and honestly, I don't remember the last time I rode a bicycle. But I actually did jump on a bicycle once, and it was the hardest thing I'd ever done.
Oh.
I had to relearn how to ride a bicycle.
Oh no.
It felt so strange.
That's funny. I haven't ridden on a bike in a really long time. I'd probably have to relearn everything too.
It's weird. I was very wobbly on this bicycle because I was my mind and body was like, oh, you don't really have to balance because it'll just take care of itself. No, not really.
And then it didn't.
And then it didn't.
Lady Nico says, I'm trying to find a new bike to buy because I want to start riding bikes again. I miss it. We were just talking about looking at bikes for Oz and myself, too.
TG wants a bike, too. We went to a dealership and she sat on a few.
Mm-hmm.
For the longest time, she's like, I want a Grom because they're cute. I'm like, okay, let's go sit on one. She's like, oh, it's not comfortable. What's this one? I was like, oh, that's a Kawasaki Z125. Same engine size. She tried it out. She goes, oh my God, I love this one. She was so comfortable on it.
Oh,
I was like, well, okay. Good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Do you have a dream motorcycle?
Yeah, yes, ish. I have so many motorcycles I want. If money were an option, I'd have a whole fleet.
Yeah.
But the next one I want to get, I currently have the it's Yamaha FZ6R. It's a 2013. It's a very fast bike. It's very torquey. It's what's it called? An inverted, not inverted. Oh, geez, I can't remember the name or the term. But it's an R6 engine.
Yeah.
But it's geared for more torque than top speed. I have topped it out at 136.
Okay. Still pretty good.
It's still pretty good. I mean, no one has any business going 136, at least around streets.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of over the sport bike scene. They're really nice bikes. Don't get me wrong. It's just that it's not me anymore.
Really?
I've been looking at getting either a Triumph Scrambler or some variation of the Bonneville.
Okay, interesting.
But I want to make it look and ride like a flat tracker, or just they call them just trackers. Because I like the idea of a dual sport, but with the style of the classic British bikes. Maybe put some knobbies on there. I like the idea of.
What do you mean by knobbies? Sorry, I don't know that term.
Like all-terrain tires, but for motorcycles.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Dirt bike tires. I don't want like the super, for mud and stuff. Just something you could take on the street, and but also take off road.
Mm-hmm. That actually looks pretty good. I'm building a planter. Around a couple of the trees. Yeah, right?
Clever.
Well, thank you. This one needs a little bit of love on this one, though. think I'm still not finished with my sport bike phase of my life. But I might be there at some point in my future.
If I could, I honestly, I really love the bike that I have now.
Mm-hmm.
The styling isn't really my style. I love the way it rides though. I love the way it handles. I love how torquey it is.
Yeah.
It's super nimble. It's just, as far as the looks go, and it's not a bad looking bike. It's just not my style anymore.
Sure. Yeah. Lady Nico says you should show her a Yamaha V-Star. That was the motorcycle I had, and it was very comfortable. Not too big that you're going to be able to pick it up if it drops.
Yeah, that's 100% accurate. They're more bottom heavy, so they may be actually heavier than some of the sport bikes, but it doesn't feel that heavy because of where all the weight sits. Whereas I think wet, my bike is like 500 and something pounds, but it feels like it's all in the tank. So trying to lift it is like, you got to lift it right. You might pull something.
Right.
But something like a cruiser where all the weight is at the bottom where, kind of where the lower part of the chassis is, it's really easy to pick those bikes up, even though they may weigh 100 pounds more.
Right. Lady Nico says Indian bikes, Nico? Hybrid, cruiser / sport?
Not really the cruiser scene.
Most people who say hybrid generally mean a hybrid that you can take off road, right?
I think so, yeah. You don't see many dual sports where you're sitting in the laid back position.
Yeah.
I want to be able to stand up on my pegs.
Yeah.
And maybe wheelie.
I heard an awful story about somebody who tried to wheelie on my most recent bike that I purchased, which was a Suzuki SV. And
SV650?
yeah.
Oh, those are fun bikes.
It was fantastic. Very torquey. Again, not big on the top speed, but off the line, it was amazing.
Super quick.
And
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think they're V-twins.
Yes.
So they sound like, they sound fucking grunty. They're cool.
Yes. Very cool. But one thing that they don't have is a fork for wheelies. So they have gravity-driven oil to the front fork, and if you wheelie on them, you drain the oil out, and you can you can seize your axle. Awful. Just when you think you're looking the most badass you could possibly look on a motorcycle, and then you realize you're rendering it inoperable.
Oops.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny.
It is kind of funny. But yeah, mine was the S series, which is basically so for those of you who don't know, the S series kind of looks bug-like. They kind of like a weird bulbous front end to them. Sorry, the SVs, but the S series takes the buggy part and covers it all with like regular crotch rocket fairings. So it looks like a much more of a standard street bike, but all the regular SV internals. The S just stands for sport model because they look more sporty and less dorky. The first time I told somebody what I was riding, I actually didn't know that there was a standard model that wasn't an S series. And so I just said, oh, it's the SV. And they're like, oh, those things that look like the Volkswagen Bug of the motorcycle world. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he pulled up a picture and I was like, oh, that thing's ugly. No, that's not what I read. Baby Nico says it runs like a cruiser, but it's a little more sporty looking. It doesn't look like a traditional high handlebar cruiser type deal.
Yeah, they had a few of those at the MSF course.
Like
and
practicing on.
They're comfortable. Those are really comfortable, especially if you're going on like long rides and shit. Especially put like a gel seat on there. Oh my god, it's so comfy.
Nice. What's the longest ride you've ever gone on?
It was from South Orange County up to Big Sur.
Oh, it's pretty
Remember
long.
the name Morro Bay, I think.
Yeah.
What was it called? Anyway.
Yeah.
That was a cool ride.
Yeah. Did you take the one the whole way up?
No. So there's let me see if I can pull up the route. I can't remember, but it was like the one. Let's see. I can't remember the highways we went on. It was the first time I'd ever been on those. First and last time, so I'm trying to remember the.
Yeah.
I want to say it was like the 33 or the 133. I'll find out.
133 sounds familiar. Tom, thank you. Thanks for joining my community. Welcome to the family of fledglings. Hello.
Okay, it's the 33 up through Ojai. There's some really cool roads, very twisty roads, and hilly, actually.
Oh, interesting.
That was a really fun ride versus taking, either the 5 all the way up or whatever. But there was one point somewhere where we jumped onto Pacific Coast Highway and took that up because that was twisty, but it was like, it's on the edge of the fucking cliffs. So really cool views.
Yeah, that sounds really nice. I've done some of the one, but not like all the way up to Morro Bay sort of thing.
Yeah.
How does this look? Pretty good,
That was
actually.
a fun trip.
After
that, I remember we were planning it, and I was like, that seems like a really long ride, and I don't know if I'll be able to go that long, but it didn't feel that long, and I'd kind of wanted to keep going to see how far north we could go, but we didn't plan for that, and etc. So we didn't, but it got me thinking, like, one day I'm gonna fucking go on a really long road trip on a bike, and it'll be fucking cool. But
yeah, for sure.
Hasn't happened yet.
Not yet.
It will one day. Just not yet.
Not until you start your show.
Right?
Oops.
I have to buy all the equipment for it, plus fix up the bike, or just get a new one. Actually, I don't think I'd want to do it on the bike I have now. It's fine. It's like upright and comfortable. It's just, I don't know if I'd want to do it on that one.
Hmm.
Did you ever go moto camping?
Gone what camping?
Moto camping.
No. Is that just like take your motorcycle to a campsite?
Or anywhere in the middle of nowhere. But the rule is you can only take what you can fit.
All right. I mean, that sounds easy enough.
Yeah, it was a challenge trying to figure out what we could and could bring and wanted to bring but couldn't. But we made do. I bought saddlebags. Technically it's a sport touring, so it's all fully fared like a sport bike, but it's upright like a touring bike. Anyway, bought saddlebags and a tank bag. I already had a tank bag, but a seat bag, and loaded up bedrolls and a sleeping bag and sort of a tent, small tent. But it was a good trip.
I think I would honestly definitely be down for that. I love camping. I love hiking. just being in the outdoors.
Mm-hmm.
And what better way to get there? Especially if you go any place where there's some elevation and there's like switchbacks and stuff. It's really annoying to do in a four-wheeled vehicle. Just all the tight turns and the back and forth and minding of your like heat gauge and all that kind of stuff. It's a lot. But
yeah,
on a bike, up and down elevation's fun. Troa says, another interesting way the syntax is done here, it's on intoxicants, yes, but if a person is purchasing medical grade marijuana for a condition, it doesn't apply. Interesting. I mean, makes sense to me. It's medical at that point. What are you going to do? How could you possibly call that a sin? Unless you're like are they Christian scientists that don't believe in actual medical care for taking care of things that they're suffering from. Interesting. Yeah, this kind of works. Do we have flasks in here yet? I feel like I'm missing flasks in the kitchen. Should be flasks. It does seem at least like the syntax hits people equally for like all things that would be perceived as negative. Wait, did you say that syntax counts on caffeine? Or no? I'm curious about that. Because one of the weirdest things to me is scheduling marijuana like what? A Schedule 1 drug or something? Isn't it the same classification as like heroin? And then leaving alcohol completely alone. It's like you got to do either or. You can't possibly call those two things separate categories. And if you do call them separate categories, you're really fucked up if you put alcohol as the less dangerous of the two.
Anything else?
I mean, I've definitely seen people who have lived a life of completely just stony baloney, and sort of where that ends up leading your brain in the end of it. I wouldn't call marijuana completely benign, but I don't think I know anybody who made alcohol a significant part of their life that didn't suffer from it. Less dangerous than what? Saying like the way our rule of land is, at least in this country, that marijuana is scheduled as a more dangerous drug than alcohol. It should either be samesies, or if you're going to make them separate or different from each other, definitely make marijuana the less dangerous schedule. Marijuana is apparently being moved to a Schedule 3. What else is in Schedule 3? That's better. It's becoming more and more of a kitchen. I definitely wouldn't mistake this as anything other than a kitchen at this point. Would you play a game if you could smell it?
Yes.
Ever since I rode on, there's like, it's in Disney California Adventure. I don't know if they still do this, but there's this like hang glider ride. And as you're going through different scenes, they spray smells at you.
Like the Valencia oranges.
Yeah. You've been, huh?
I enjoyed that ride. It was very
Yeah.
relaxing.
Yeah. It's just chill vibe sort of thing. It looks like it's going to be way more adventurous than it is. And then you're on it. You're like, oh, okay, it's for like old people.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's fun, and it definitely just it gets my juices flowing. Thinking like, oh man, imagine if you're playing this game and you're going through deep, swampy, old forest, and you just smell like that black dirt that's like super rich and fertile, and then you're out in the desert and it's just like it smells. I don't know what deserts would smell like off the top of my head. I guess like chaparral sort of plants, that sort of like dry and oily smell of like sage and that family of stuff. That'd be so more immersive. There are already so many ways in which games are getting immensely more immersive. Why are we not working on the other senses?
You have a point.
Schedule 3 includes acetaminophen and Vicodin and some more lightly prescribed medications. Okay. That makes 100% more sense to me than where it is now. Would you want to smell some of the places in Enshrouded?
Some of the places, yeah.
Yeah, some places like probably the woods that we're kind of adjacent to. The Revelwood would probably smell pretty nice. Dark and rich and old forest, old growth. The first area, just like plains and grasses and stuff, probably smell like warm grass and flowers maybe.
Yeah.
Kindle wastes probably don't smell very good though. I don't know. What's saffron?
Yeah.
What's saffron smell like?
Good.
Does it make you just mad about it?
It does. It can.
Oh, okay. It should be a Schedule 1 drug.
Ow. Fucking fell.
But I probably wouldn't want to smell the shroud. I don't know how they would pull off like a fungal smell, but I can't think of a fungus. Well, maybe if they just smell like mushrooms.
Like base ass, like portobellos and shit.
Yeah, it smells like a portobello burger I had at a nice steakhouse the other day.
That does sound good.
I like portobello burgers. The prescribed but not hyper addictive category, says Tra. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Wouldn't call
Oops.
anything about marijuana hyper addictive unless you already have an addictive personality. Lady Nico says, I'm not talking about the nice places. Jam says, what about the inside of the blacksmith's pod?
It could smell nice.
Really? When you first release him? When he's been locked up in there for who knows how long?
Oh, the pod.
The pod, like what he's been living in.
Yeah, maybe not.
Just smells like man sweat. Actually, if he's been stuck in there that long, he'd probably smell homeless. Do you know what homeless people smell like? That urea smell that comes through in the pores. It's like a sweet, sickly sort of piss smell. It's not related to their hygiene about like using the restroom. Like at some point, urea comes through in more than just your urine. It comes through your pores. If you're not cleaning it off your skin, then you can smell it in spades. Speaking as somebody who was homeless for stints of my life, believe me. It's a smell I avoided like the plague. Lady Nico says, I don't think they would smell like good mushrooms, more like dead, rotting, and nasty smelling mushrooms. Blacksmithing and leatherworking stuff, yeah, it'd probably smell like shit. Onions? Are you saying the blacksmith would smell like onions? Maybe. What do you think they ate in the pods to keep themselves alive? Maybe he just had like a magic onion. Just chew on an onion the whole time. Has this been already dug out? Looks like somebody went into this mine and dug out all the goodies in it already. Oh, I forgot I threw my torch.
Mine?
Go ahead.
It's a tomb.
You said it with such less fervor than I expected. There's my torch. It actually didn't despawn. Now where did that mine shaft go? Oh, Jam, you think... Oh, you think like the shroud might smell like rotting onions? Or the
pod.
Or the pod. Kind of like non-showered people smell, covered by patchouli oil. I've definitely smelled my share of patchouli oil. I used to work at a pizza parlor, and the delivery guy smelled just like he would bathe in patchouli every morning, and it was so gross. Yeah. I was completely turned off from patchouli the rest of my life. Yeah, it was awful. But I don't think people smell like onions when they don't shower. They just smell like pee. Like a sweet pee smell. A really bad one. When I say sweet, I don't mean sweet in a good way. I mean like how rot can smell sweet.
I know what that onion smell Jam's talking about.
Oh, you do?
I do. You know, some people say, oh, you know, why do armpits smell like Wendy's hamburgers? It's because the onions.
Oh. I didn't know armpits smelled like onions. They don't smell like onions to me.
I mean, if you don't take care of your armpits, they might.
I guess I take care of my armpits better than that. It's pretty gross, though. I have a very sensitive nose to smell, so yeah, I don't slouch on personal hygiene. If I smell like something other than the products that I like to use to give myself a smell, I am very quick to like hide myself, like excuse myself, run away, do whatever I need to do. Pull myself away from the social gathering. Like, oh, I'm really tired, you guys. I gotta go, or just whatever excuse I can come up with to leave and not engage, because I smell and I'm not comfortable being around people like that. I don't want my smell to be perceived. Jam says, I lived in a hippie town in South Carolina, and a lot of people just used patchouli oil. Really turned me off to it. I can imagine.
Oh dear.
Oh, not in California. How did you get auto-corrected from CA to SC? Lady Nico says, do you want me to ruin Parmesan for you? It's already been ruined. We adopted 2 cats from one of my roommates a long time ago. He's still alive. He's with Oz's parents now. And when he was a baby, his baby poops, little baby kitten poops, would smell just like Parmesan cheese. They were nasty. They were, not always very solid. He sometimes had bad kitty litter hygiene. We're trying to teach him to get better at covering things up. And the litter box area always smelled like nasty Parmesan. Lady Nico says, feet smell like Parmesan. Change my mind. I think it depends on the foot.
My feet smell like roses.
We soak them in rose water every night.
They just naturally smell delicious.
Delicious. Gross.
I'll never know what my feet smell like, nor anyone else's.
Yeah, I don't know what my feet smell like, and I don't smell other people's feet. I understand the cogsci behind foot fetishes, but I don't have that mixed wiring.
I wonder. Wait, can you explain that then? Because I don't get it. I don't see the draw.
Oh yeah, so
Right.
it's really just kind of like there's certain nerves in our body that have related or adjacent um like neural mapping, right? Was, for example, this is a great example because it's somebody that Nico knows personally. Was, if you scratch a part of the tip of his nose, I know because I've threatened to do this when he's being dumb. If you scratch the tip of his nose just so, he sneezes. It's not the inside of his nose, not like you're tickling the part of his nose that would cause a sneeze. Like, oh, I waggled a long nose hair and now you have to sneeze. That makes perfect sense because that's the
Sure.
functionality of a sneeze, to clear out the nasal passage from something that might be bad for it. But yeah, it's weird, right? And a bunch of people have these things. I was taught in drama. I took drama in high school. That if you squeeze the meaty part of your palm, where your thumb meets the rest of it, that sort of squishy area there, if you squeeze there hard when you have a headache, it can alleviate the pain in your head, just because of the way the nerves are wired. It doesn't get rid of the headache. You'd have to sit there and continue to squeeze that area. Also, if you ever have to eat somebody, like you're stuck in Grants Pass or something, and it's like freezing cold, and somebody drew the short straw, and it's like, all right, well, it's time to cook Nico, and we're all gonna like eat somebody for survival. If you can, call dibs on this particular muscle. It's supposed to be the best in the human body. Right there.
It's what I used to compare the doneness of my meats.
Yep. You also squish to compare for meat, and it's also the best meat on the human. It's called the oyster of the human.
I've never heard this before.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And if you're gonna eat any part, call that. Everybody will probably like let you because they don't know how tasty that part is or how tender that meat is. So they'd be like, "You want the hand? You're a dumbass. I'm gonna take like, I don't know, some butt cheek or something." And you'll get off with a delicacy because they don't know. Now you know. You learned something in my stream, so congrats. So the same thing happens with feet and like erotic zones. So some people have this this cross-linking that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because there's nothing about the foot that's particularly erogenous. But with the right, cross, whatever you want to call it, crossed wires, it becomes that. It can become more erogenous than you might expect.
Huh.
I also think there's a little bit of tabooness involved in the whole thing too.
That makes sense.
We're not really supposed to be engaging with the foot. It's a part you step on. It's dirty, right? So some people who get a kink on like this isn't right, that's exciting for them. Anything that the more wrong it is, the better.
Yeah.
And yeah, feet are kind of like in the wrong direction. I mean, if you're just thinking about like procreating with somebody, you probably wouldn't try anything with their feet and expect success. You could try to breed with somebody's feet. Just think you'd fail. Things D didn't imagine he'd be saying on a Friday night. There we go. Okay. Let's catch up with chat here. So Jam says, antiperspirant, give me that aluminum goodness. They make antiperspirants without aluminum. Or you could just have a deodorant so you don't need to stop yourself from sweating. Sweating is probably good for you, and while there's no proof that aluminum actually like goes to your brain and causes Alzheimer's or anything like that, the people that do have dementia sort of diseases tend to have some sort of a buildup of aluminum plaques in the brain. The problem is that we actually have a faculty in the brain that clears that stuff away over the course of our lives, so we don't get a buildup. But that faculty ends up dying, and we're not quite sure why. And that's what actually causes things like aluminum plaques. But if you can reduce the amount of aluminum that you intake incidentally in your life by like using a deodorant that doesn't have it, you'll probably serve better, whether or not that aluminum clearing faculty dies or not. SC is the initials of the town. Oh, gotcha. But you were going to put the state. I know exactly what you're talking about. Had a friend who went to school there. Feet smell like a good soft cheese from France. Would you eat them like a good soft cheese from France? Tell us about your feet, Jam. I mean, about your...
Tell us about your...
your foot practices. Von Diva said, I heard of that a long time ago. Jam says, the oyster of the long pork. This is getting dark. Like crab claw meat? Yeah, kind of. I don't know what it's supposed to taste like. It's supposed to be really tender and like the best place. Or lobster claw. Yeah, I don't think I'd compare human hand to a marine marine animal. Lady Nico says, just search fetish art for feet and you'll get all the answers you want and did not want. I think the big thing with fetish art for feet is if you don't have the fetish for feet, you're not actually going to learn what a fetishist would want you to learn, because you're not really going to understand what you're looking at. You know what I mean? If it doesn't strike you, then you don't get it. Like, I've seen pretty much everything on the internet. I'm a curious person, and I just like to understand what other people are interested in. And to me, almost everything that is a fetish for somebody, I don't understand on a personal level. Like, I get it just in the sense of I've seen plenty of people be interested, but that's not enough to, you know, there's one thing to see it, to be exposed to it. It's a whole other thing to feel it inside. And I do not understand the actual sensation that most people feel regarding almost every kink, actually. I just have to use my imagination. Jam says they've linked Alzheimer's to tooth decay and gum disease. I'd be interested in reading that study. As far as I know, a lot of things had to do with, is it amyloid plaques? This has been so long that I haven't done the research on this that I feel pretty removed from any of the terminology or anything that I remember having learned. I'm all out of regular stone block. But I do remember people talking about plaque buildups, if not with Alzheimer's, with maybe other degenerative neurological diseases that are often seen as like end of life or senescence diseases. I'd be curious about that whole tooth decay thing. Has anybody ever seen claims about children and tooth decay and disease all being started by strep? I feel like the more I'm exposed to TikTok over the more recent years, the more I realize like people on TikTok like to give you just enough information to give you misinformation. And then it's like up to you to then go fact check, prove or disprove all the things that they didn't say, because they're just trying to squish too many ideas in all at once. And one of them was this idea about strep being like pretty much the sole cause of tooth decay in children, and that it's caused by moms. So if you're not a careful mom, you will be the reason why your kid has tooth decay, I think is what the takeaway you were supposed to get from this video. Maybe I don't want to go that far down. That's what she said. I put the NIH study in the comments. Jam, you rock my world. Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll probably check it out tonight on stream. Should we do research readings on the Damien Holme channel? Because I think that'd be pretty hugely beneficial if we started a culture, an enculturation like that. Whoops.
Maybe Wednesdays?
Definitely on Wednesdays for sure. Okay, here we are. Let's take a peek. Commons. What tab is this going to come up on? Move to new window. Steve Hofstetter came back on. Hi, buddy. We're going to try to watch you just this moment. Oh, no. Okay, where was I? There we go. National Library of Medicine, Effect of Periodontal Disease on Alzheimer's Disease, a Systematic Review. This was 2023, and so reviews are not studies in and of themselves, but what they do are they take a bunch of studies, collect all of their information together, and hopefully try to weigh the study's effectiveness. You know, was it a double-blind? How well controlled were the results, all that sort of thing. Were there any biases pulled up by the various studies? And so they weigh them to that sort of level and then try to show where many of them got it right together, and also the outlier information as well, and call the outlier information. So it's all laid bare in one big situation. So this one, conducted in accordance with Prisma, 5 different databases, no restrictions on language and year of publication. That's interesting. No restrictions on year. So PD is periodontal disease, AD is Alzheimer's disease. That's good to know because they use that a lot in this particular one. There's a bit of a background here. Growing body of evidence between periodontal diseases and systemic diseases, particularly atherosclerotic vascular disease, pulmonary disease. So when they say association, that's doing so much heavy lifting, though. I mean, when you talk about vascular, there's almost no possible way that what's happening with your teeth is causal to what's happening in your veins, right? The systems are so far removed from each other. But poor eating habits, a poor diet, would obviously cause vascular diseases, which we know already, and would definitely also be like a big draw for why periodontal disease would happen in the mouth. We make this bigger for everybody who's watching this on mobile or whatever. It's probably awful otherwise. It's got to be a little bit better, right? Or at least modestly, so you're not squinting at your phones if you're using this as a phone. Diabetes, pregnancy-related complications. Yeah, again, like so many of these things could be dietary. Periodontal disease, obviously, dietary would be a big draw because anything that's affecting your teeth is, if anything, it's probably diet first off, because the stuff you're stuffing in your mouth is hitting your teeth among other systems first before anything else. Periodontal medicine concept has been proposed to study the interrelationship between oral and systemic health. Presence of periodontal pathogens and their metabolic byproducts may contribute to the body's overall inflammatory burden. That's actually like maybe while not particularly a causal situation, it might be beneficial to see just what sort of pathogens you get in the mouth as signals. Like if you're already going to be in a really inflamed state, which could definitely be precursor or indicator of things like side effects with diabetes and COPD, then seeing the inflammatory burden quick and easy with like a mouth test might be handy. It says promoting the development of systemic conditions. I just don't buy that part. We'd have to see direct causality, not just that the two happen to be cofactors, because cofactoring is just going to be obvious. You know, you have systemic problems because of your diet. It's going to show up in the mouth. It's going to show up in the brain and the heart and lungs as well, unless they pull something out of their butts in their results that I didn't see. So you could take a look. Alzheimer's patients suffer from impaired oral health. Again, this could be one of two things with Alzheimer's patients. Impaired oral health could either be because diet eventually led to something failing in Alzheimer's, or the oral health could fail because they have, you know, basically some sort of form of dementia, so they're not taking care of their oral health personally in a better way. High incidence of PD, affected quality of life. Oral manifestations have been justified by the cognitive and motor deficits related to AD. That's what I was saying. Compromising dental care and the maintenance of proper dental hygiene. So this actually seems to suggest the opposite, that periodontal disease is caused by Alzheimer's disease and or probably other cognitive deficit. I guess, you know, decline or what's the word I'm looking for? Anything degenerative in your old age where it's harder for you to pay attention to your body's health. Others have also suggested that PD may be a risk factor for AD. Yeah, here's where I don't know where I could see this particularly. Direct invasion of brain tissue by indirect action of bacterial load and pro-inflammatory mediators in systemic circulation. Maybe. Entering by the mouth, that would be curious though. Following the elevation of systemic inflammatory response, periodontal infection would contribute to cerebral and vascular pathologies by altering brain function and, as a result, worsen the neurodegenerative process characterizing AD. So, might be the case. I would still say periodontal infection isn't probably, or at least I haven't seen any evidence of that being strong enough to cause a systemic reduction of your immune system response. You'd have to have some other like greater inflammatory problem, like cirrhosis of the liver, diabetes, something that was like directly dietary, what you put in your body. Like you're really attacking yourself with your diet sort of thing, or you have some sort of systemic immune system deficiency or suppressant disease that you've got over the course of your life. And then the periodontal infection can sneak in as a backdoor. You know, like if you had AIDS, could periodontal infection possibly like get to your brain because of your compromised immune system? Perhaps. Purpose of our review was to evaluate how PD related to the onset and progression of AD, determine whether patients with PD would be at greater risk of developing AD compared to periodontally healthy subjects. Interesting. They've also linked nose picking to low-level brain infections.
Can you stop kissing everything? Ow! Kiss anything.
Oz. Hi and welcome. Thanks for raiding me. It's early. You're prepping for a really early morning though. Also Akumu, hello. Dietary attack? Yeah, we're talking diet. Here we are. Welcome. We're doing a review on periodontal disease and Alzheimer's disease. We're actually reviewing somebody's review of a bunch of other studies. So, you know, welcome to the fun. That's crazy about nose picking, though. I'd be curious to see anything about that. I mean, I suppose if you picked hard enough and you got past your skull, then you could definitely affect your brain. Oz says, I got an early day. I wanted to play with you guys, but I should be responsible. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Oz isn't just doing a market day for the earrings. Bloodmoonmenagerie.com, by the way, if you want to go check out the wares. she's doing 2 events back to back, an early morning market and a nighttime market. What's going on with the nighttime market also? It's like being conducted in a venue area where there's something else going on. Is it like a concert or something like that? Fill in my folks with the deets. Oh yes, during a jazz concert. That's going to be really cool. Hopefully it's reasonable place to do business and it's not just like everybody's there for the music and they can't pay attention or listen to you. Akumu says, I can't join tonight either. Had an early day today and have fiance's kid tomorrow. Oof. Yeah, no worries. Well, I appreciate you being in and looking at the state of the Hobbit hole for future ambition the other day. Smooth jazz. I mean, if it's smooth jazz, then maybe it's contributory to the scene. Buy some earrings, rock out to some cool jazz. Oz is your dad, robot, in case you need to be reminded of this every time she pops in. We will remind you. So this is methodology. That's fine. Everything looks pretty much up and up.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
Yes, Oz is also able to trigger that whenever she feels. 5 medical. We talked about some of this. Some of this is already in the abstract in the beginning. Eligibility. So there's some old exclusions there. Blah blah blah. Assessment. I'm gonna take Jam as a careful viewer of studies that this actually got published because they're doing proper methodology here. Let's take a look. Studies. Oh, this is just what got included. Can we get to results? There's a lot of data going on here, but I think I saw some results in here already. We have to go too far down. NOS assessment results. Oh, okay. Just what gets added in. How about results of the actual study? Can we get that from the top, actually? Anything menu system? No. Nothing. We have to go by hand. It's fine. Oh, there's references. If we're references, we're already too low. So I must have skipped too far down. Discussion. We're probably just there. Maybe we didn't. Maybe this were the results here.
I have a health question.
Yeah, fire away.
I was speaking with the nutritionist, and I feel like I've already said this, but she asked me what time I usually go to bed.
Yeah.
Well, let me backpedal for a second. She asked me how much sleep I get, and I told her, average 6 hours.
Okay.
Well, I know average like 5.5 hours. Sometimes I get 5 hours, sometimes I get 6 hours, but it's usually right around 5.5, 6. And she said, okay, that's, could be better. But I'm like, well, my body doesn't let me sleep longer than 6. Like I'll set the alarm for 7 hours in advance and, I wake up way before my alarm. So it's like my body feels rested. And then she asked me, well, what time do I go to sleep? And I was like, oh, 2 in the morning. And she like almost fell out of her chair. She's like, you got to fix that because that's bad for your health.
Oh, what's her
Yeah.
premise on that?
I don't know. All she said was that the time of day you actually go to bed, or time of night rather, actually has an effect on at least my liver. Is her biggest concern.
That it would affect the liver. I've never heard of anything like this. I was actually just talking with somebody about like times that people go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
It was Crimmy, and we were researching this article that shows that humans sort of have a long history of doing a biphasal sleep, where you'd go to sleep, you'd be down for maybe, I don't know, like 2 to 4 hours, and then you'd get up and you'd be up for a while, like 2 to 4 hours, and then have a second phase of sleep. And these both happened at some point in the night.
I've heard about this.
And 2, that that the human species has evolved to protect its own tribe over the course of time while everybody's asleep. So you have some what would be historically like early risers, right? The early riser necessarily sleeps early. There's nothing you can do to keep yourself up late every single night and be up at the crack of dawn to make sure that everybody's protected by like the crepuscular animals that, you know, the light in the sky is just for first starting, and maybe somebody wants to predate your human tribe. So you got to wake up early, you got to be protective of your folks while it's still dark out. And some of your people are still asleep, right? So the early risers, absolutely necessary for protection of the tribe. They get up super early. They just make sure. Hollywood superstar Shia LaBeouf. Thanks for the lurkos. They make sure that everybody's protected and safe while other people are slower to wake up. But same thing happens at night. You've got your people that pass out way early. Somebody. Thanks for what? Enjoy your lurk time. Somebody has to stay awake while everybody else starts to pass out. And some people are just naturally evolved to be those late night people. The sun's long since gone down. They're just like staring at a fire and they're just chill.
You're finally safe from Shia LaBeouf.
Oh, Robot, you were just testing the lurk and unlurk. Welcome back. Thanks for unlurking so fast. We missed you in your untimely absence. And so, you know, lurking in the shadows. Robot. Hollywood superstar Shia LaBeouf. Okay, bye. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Some people have to stay up late because, I mean, back in the day, we were protecting everyone else, right? What's the best time to predate on humans? Probably a couple hours after everybody, the whole tribe is all passed out. You're probably in your deepest sleep. You're least likely to be roused as the predators come in, slink in and pick the choicest meats and run off with those humans. Maybe the other humans don't even wake up to defend their brethren. So some of you have to stay awake. It's kind of how we came about and how we managed to survive. It's also the reason why, like, the orange lights of a campfire don't trigger, or what's the word I'm looking for? They don't inhibit melatonin, right? When the sun is bright in the sky and the whole sky is all blue, that blue light from the sky inhibits melatonin. It stops us from relaxing so that we can focus and be awake during the day. But at nighttime, our brains start to relax down, and anything that's like a red or orange light is fine. It doesn't actually affect us in any way. We could sit by a campfire and it wouldn't keep ourselves awake. So, in other words, you're probably just one of the people that would keep everyone safe while the other tribe starts to fall asleep one by one. You need to stay up to make sure nobody gets eaten.
Smart.
I could do some research for you to see if there's any truth to the claims about like liver and timeliness, but I can't imagine how any part of our body knows what hour of the day it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we can even trick the brain into not knowing what day it is or what time of day it is based on changing the lighting scheme, right? And we already learned this from the first cell phones. The first cell phones, people would go to sleep or like lie down ready for sleep and just say, you know what, I'm just going to doom scroll on Twitter for a bit. It's going to be fine. And then like 2 hours later, they're like, I'm still up and jazzed. What is going on? Well, half of it, you're reading like incendiary, sometimes politically inflammatory stuff online. So is that going to keep you up? Probably.
Yeah.
But the other thing is you're looking at a bluish, like bright lit screen. It's inhibiting the melatonin release in your body. And eventually cell phone companies got smart and did like the amber shift to your screen. So, you know, it's not bad then. You can get them a little bit more relaxed. Just probably don't go and get in an argument with a family member on Facebook about abortion, because it's probably going to keep you up. But you can at least, you know, enjoy the orange tint of your screen.
Yeah.
It'd be worth looking up. I'm willing to be disproven if there is something with like a clock related to the sun's position in the sky, the Earth's rotation, and our livers. I know some people seem to believe that we are much more tied to the cycles of the Earth than upon first glance, but I just don't know about that particularly. I mean, we don't even have a 24-hour clock in our bodies. Isn't our clock actually like closer to 25 hours?
Something like that.
Yeah, I think I've watched a lot of interviews on the Science of the People up in the International Space Station, and that's one of them. Is that once you're up and away from the spinning of the Earth, your body sort of does what it thinks is about right, and our bodies just don't work on a 24-hour cycle. The Earth is constantly reminding us with its own insistence that we live in a 24-hour system of time, but without that, our bodies would choose something different. And I know some people actually do. I know some folks that do work stints if they, don't have dependents and their jobs allow them to do this, where they're doing like an X amount of number of hours on work, Y amount of numbers off, and it doesn't add up to 24. So their days like rotate through. Sometimes they're awake all throughout the night. Sometimes they're awake all throughout the day, and it just slowly rotates them through over the course of a week or 2 weeks or whatever. It's supposed to be, healthier and more in line with what the body actually would want to do if it wasn't constrained by time clocks. Oz says there's Chinese medicine connected to the idea that at 1 to 3, you should be asleep so your liver can heal. Like in the afternoon or like in the morning? I wonder if your nutritionist is like into Chinese medicine or something like that.
I don't know.
Jam says that's why my bedroom has been light proofed as much as possible. 100%. It really helps to make sure you get your melatonin. I mean, why pay for that if you can actually get it by blocking out the light in your room? Then you don't have to buy it. And most of the stuff you'd buy just over the counter is probably not going to be that bioavailable. So you might as well get it from making pitch dark a sleeping situation. It's definitely the best way to do it. 25 hours if you live without access to the sun's light. Right. So, and you can give yourself your own solar sources of light. You can get ultraviolet and other ways to sort of mimic your own body's cycle. But yeah, it looks like it's about 25 hours instead of 24. Lost says I got kicked. I'm sleepy and I don't know what I'm doing next on the jumping puzzle anyway. All right, Lost. Well, it looks like you got some really cool stuff going on. I almost made it through the whole puzzle, but I botched the very end. But I like what you're doing. It's really cool. I appreciate that you're using like the whole build area too, which I definitely have not, and I don't have plans to go higher than my house or lower than my basement. So I'm not sure what I'm doing next. Oh, 1 to 3 a.m. that you should be asleep. Oh, well then Nico's doing it right. If your nutritionist is following Chinese medicine anyway. Law says, at some point in the future, we'll have 25-hour days, but not in our lifetime. Oh, interesting. Is it that the Earth's rotation is slowing down? I could believe that. I'd imagine that everything in the universe is going slower as opposed to going faster. Unless you're like in the pull of a black hole or something and you're getting accelerated by some sort of crazy force. Lady Nico confirms the Earth is slowing down. Very slowly, though. So I guess it's not a problem for us to worry about. We have time to create rockets to connect to the Earth's equator and help speed it up. I think I saw a Superman comic where he like grabbed the Earth's equator and pushed the Earth so he could alter time. Like, bro, I don't think that's how time works. Lady Nico says it'll be millions of years in the future where it will start to become a problem. I see. I'm gonna cheat. I did not die. This is cool. At least these braziers don't kill you when you stand on them, like the ones in the hollow halls. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the other thing about it is you can always try what the nutritionist says and see if you feel better, right?
That's the thing is I don't feel bad.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like anything's wrong with me
Mm-hmm.
at the moment. So I don't know if that would actually change, like if changing my sleeping habits. I really don't know if that'll change the way I feel because nothing right now feels wrong.
Right.
Or is it because have had this sleep pattern for so long that I might actually notice a difference if I changed it up. I don't know. Problem is, well, I would say the problem. The thing is like, I don't think I ever really changed my my internal time zone since moving. Like I've still, for the most part, still run off of Pacific time.
Interesting.
And I think part of the reason why is because when I moved out here, I mean, I still played online games with my friends at the same time as I did when I lived in California.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the only difference is I wake up right around the time I start work rather than waking up and having time to fuck around before I worked.
Right.
So, I don't know.
That's an interesting take. I didn't even think about that. You never actually moved into Texas's time zone.
Yeah. And I've always worked off of East Coast because for the last 15 years, the job always, I mean, everything was based out of New York.
Mm-hmm.
So while my mind operates off Eastern time zones, and I have to convert it when I'm talking even locally, I have to convert it in my mind first before I blurt out whatever time I'm talking about. So my brain works off the Eastern time zone, but my body's on Pacific time.
That's funny.
It's a very strange phenomenon.
Yeah. Weird stuff.
You know, people think in their own native language and they have to, you know.
Oh, I know.
It's like, it's for me that it's time.
You're perpetually trapped in a time you don't even live in anymore.
It's strange.
Well, if it's not creating any sort of social constriction or issues, like you don't have problems meeting people for dates and meetups and appointments and stuff like that, if you're not passing out at parts of the day where you absolutely need to be alert, like behind the wheel of a vehicle or whatever, I don't really see necessarily problems with having just a different time zone inside your head, or having your awakeness when you decide to have it, or when your body decides to have it. But I'd be curious to find out if there's any truth to the claims of your liver having a clock built into it somehow.
My initial reaction to her reaction was, this is a person who's quote unquote normal, that goes to bed at 9 or 10 o'clock at night, gets up in the morning at 4 or 5 or 5, 6 o'clock like normal people, and hears that I go to bed at 2 and freaks out.
There is definitely something to be said about the power of conformity. I have a video on conformity on my YouTube channel. It really is a powerful drug, and it's amazing what sort of social accord it builds. So much so that I could easily see you being perceived as unhealthy, wrong, broken in some way, maybe even like a mental health issue from somebody who believes that the way that everybody does it is probably the best and healthiest way to do things.
Yeah.
Could just be that.
The food pyramid, for example.
Oh man, food pyramid was such an awful scheme. What a horrible thing to do to humans. That's like one of the cruelest pranks that I think has ever been concocted. I remember learning that when I was a kid. Like, I get this much pasta, bread, carbs all day long, every single day. This is an everyday thing. Amazing. I love it.
Hell yeah.
I will eat the crap out of all these carbs. I'll be the healthiest. I'm so healthy.
As long as you avoided fats.
Yeah. Oh yeah, fats are really bad too, right? Just don't have any fats. What a weird what losers. What jerks. It's just awful. Awful and cruel thing to do to us. To do to a whole generation of
generation.
People, pretty much. Lady Nico says, it took me so long to get back onto North America time when I had been in Japan for 3 years and then on the far west coast for another couple years. I don't think my body ever adjusted. Wait, don't call you out on what? But yeah, I always take everything that nutritionists say with a little bit of a grain of salt, and I always want to do my own research over what they say. I don't think that you should do your own research for everything. First off, because there's definitely a movement of people that say you need to do your own research, or you need to stop trusting authority figures because they're out there to lead you astray. I do not believe in those conspiracies. I think the majority of people out there really do have your best interests in mind, and they are working to try to help you, and that we're not stuck inside some big misinformation campaign. I also definitely don't think you should follow your intuition or your common sense. There's too many things defy common sense to ever use that as a yardstick to measure anything by. So never just use your common sense. But that said, a nutritionist license can be received by some institutions with the same time requirements as a real estate license, i.e., somebody can convince you that you'd be really good at this, just like with real estate. You can take 2 weekend courses, and by weekend, it isn't intensive. You have to do both Saturday and Sunday, and it's basically an all-day affair both days. So it's 4 very intensive days. You lose 2 weekends of your life to make this happen. And then at the end, you do have to test to get the credit for it, to get the actual licensure.
This is the same duration as the MSF course.
Yeah, pretty much. So
yeah, I can get a nutrition license the same amount of time it takes me to get a motorcycle license. Hell yeah!
You could get the same licensure that your nutritionist has before you're done with your stint and talking with them. Be like, I have the same credentials you do, and I disagree with you. No, but seriously, it's nutritionist or nutritionism doesn't really focus on the biochem. So if you ask them like, oh, I read about arachidonic acid, can you help explain to me like the pathway that takes in just basically how prostaglandins are processed in the body when we metabolize foods, and like what the different types mean and what they do, they won't know. If you ask, can you just sort of explain on a chemical level trans fats versus cis fats, like why is one called trans, why is one called cis, what does that mean? And like I've heard the trans fats are bad for you. Can you explain like what about them, what about their structure, what about the trans structure makes them more difficult? They might not even know that stuff. It can be really challenging for somebody who does not have like the actual chemical background or the biophysiology background to give you reasons why. They might have just memorized a bunch of facts, and they have to tell you those things, and those facts aren't necessarily founded in something that they can prove. What usually happens with most nutritionist degrees is they're taught whatever the studies most recently have proven. And if there's been a counterfactual to their or to what they've learned since they've learned it, they wouldn't know. They don't keep up. They don't have to keep certifying. So that's not to say that nutritionists are wrong and they get it wrong every time and you should never trust one. Just that anything they say always merits like a little bit of extra analysis or fact checking to see if they're founded in something. You can even just ask for a study, anything that they say. Be like, that's amazing. I didn't know that. Can you link me a study or two so I can sort of look at the epidemiology or the methodology behind that and sort of understand, is this like founded in strong science, or was this like a one-off where their testing cohort was only like 20 people and they came to results that just don't necessarily hold true for the vast majority of people. The one thing that you will appreciate with nutritionists, though, is that they're not pushed by big pharma usually. So
yeah, they actually mean well.
Yeah, it's not like some Z-named drug company pumping them full of money and taking them out on dates to ensure that they try to pattern match every client that they have with, oh, maybe this drug is right for you. Let's talk about it. Oh, Lady Nico says the sleep schedules and being possibly broken. I don't think having atypical sleep schedules to normative society is broken. I think normies think it's broken, and I think the reason why normies think it's broken is because they are scared to cope with anything that might call out their normative lifestyle. You know what I mean? There's a certain comfort in knowing that you're doing the best thing for yourself in your life. And if the best thing isn't the best thing for everybody, that's scary to some people. Like, what do you mean? I thought everybody should eat this amount of peanuts every day, and that was exactly what we needed to do for the best health all the time. It's simply not the case. Some things are sort of overarching true. Just by nature of us being mammals, we do have some things that are generally commonly true across all of us. But the more narrow you get in scope on a single person's dietary and health journey, you've got a lot of factors you have to put in there. Lady Nico says, I had some dumbass on Twitter tell me to prove I was smarter than they are, and they called it off random astrophysics shit. Huh? So I told them, okay, show me you actually understand what you just said, because you can pair it off with whatever the hell you want. Doesn't mean you actually know what you're talking about. I'll let you guess how they responded to that. Oh yeah, I know you were joking. Yeah, I think if somebody says prove you're smart or prove you're smarter than me, you've already won that argument. I've never met anybody that I've wanted them to prove whether they're smarter than me or not. Frankly, I don't care if people are smarter than me or not. If I find out they are, then I just want to learn what they know so that I can become smarter. And if I find out they don't know something that I know, then I want to teach them to make them smarter. So I think comparing smarts with somebody is a quick way to prove that you're combative in a place where you shouldn't be combative, which is dumb. It's like the shit they started going off about wasn't even related to the topic that was being discussed. Oh, I see. That happens a lot in online argumentation. I presume you probably know that more than anybody else.
Internet's a fun place.
Mm-hmm.
Remember life before the internet?
I do. I very much do. It was nice. I wonder if the peak of human society really was the 1999 that the Matrix movies posited as a possibility. Maybe. I mean, there's internet then, but it was different. It was small. The internet was small back then.
Back in the days of Netscape Navigator.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, they called me a moron and insulted me and called me ugly, fat, and some other fun stuff. So ad hominem attacks. Yeah. I spoke with somebody recently, family member. We got into a political conversation, even though that wasn't where I was trying to go. I don't mind, actually. I was very excited that they were interested in broaching that topic with somebody like me, because I can be kind of like a mean arguer. Not that I do ad hominem sort of stuff, but just that I'm generally kind of relentless, and I usually take the devil's advocate approach to anybody else, whether we disagree or don't disagree. I will disagree with them so that they have somebody to disagree with, and watch to see what happens when they get in an argument with somebody from the other side, because I feel like a lot of people don't. They surround themselves with an echo chamber. They get too comfortable, right? Better if we train ourselves and learn to have the harder conversations. And this particular family member was very much anti-establishment, period. He was incredibly anti-Trump, like very, very antagonistically anti-Trump. And so I was waiting for the shoe to drop for him to talk about like the importance of voting for Biden in the next election or something like that. And he went off to say how much he hated Biden and how he thought Biden was a horrible person and didn't do anything good either. I was like, oh, neat. You know, this is kind of like a rare circumstance in political conversation. That's a much more rare take. I'm used to people either being a hardcore simp for the right or hardcore simp for the left, and not really being critical of both sides for their shortcomings. So I wanted to know from somebody who was able to articulate some of the things he didn't like about Trump. I pushed him on the what he didn't like about Biden. I was like, great, this is awesome. You know, I want to hear somebody even-handed analysis and disapproval of two different sides. And he said, well, he's just ineffective. And I was like, okay, ineffective. Can you tell me about, like, what did you think of the Infrastructure Act? Because we're benefiting where we live in Georgia. We're benefiting from the Infrastructure Act quite a bit. So whether you like or dislike the man, that one act was something that we're really excited about here. And he said, it's all bad. Everything he's done is bad. And then he pivoted off to talk about something else. And I was like, that was really interesting what just happened there. I didn't push him on this because this is a family member, but if it weren't, you know, I'd be really curious to say, I don't want to let you move on. You didn't answer my question about the Infrastructure Act. I want to know explicitly what if you say you hate everything about Biden, can you tell me what you hate, what you really hated about the Infrastructure Act? Break it down for me. Tell me, like I'm a political science student and you're the professor explaining why this current administration's so bad. But he was a family member. He left. Or he didn't leave the conversation. He left the point. Akumu, my credits finally roll on Endwalker. Congratulations. It seems I missed what I wanted to see tonight, so I'm going to bed. Wait, what did you want to see tonight? Let us know. We'll make it happen on stream. Unless it's something in Endwalker, in which case, can't help you there. Also, hey, what's up, Light-Minded? No one is for Biden. People are only against Trump. Yeah, I've heard that take. I don't think it's 100% true. I think there's some people that I've definitely seen like the shills for the left sort of folks that would vote just for just about anybody, and found reasons to appreciate Biden. I think if you're a like a career Christian rightist, you're probably doing the same mental gymnastics right now for Trump. You're trying to say in your head why Christianity and Trump align with each other, and pray that nobody pays too much attention to your rhetoric, or just surround yourself with other people that say the same thing. But I've seen the argumentation about things he's done well. I will argue that I liked the infrastructure bill or Infrastructure Act. It's a lot more common to hate Biden and claim he didn't do anything good than you think. Sadly, I didn't say it's not common. Yeah, I know it's common. Unfortunately, there are many good things he's done, but certain topic again, he's fumbling fantastically. Like what? Share some points. But I think we all know the reasons why. That's something I'll press you on. Raise some points that you think he's fumbling at. A lot of those people wouldn't know much about it because they don't really do any of their own research. They just listen to what other people tell them. Oh, yeah, I mean, realistically, if anybody gets into a political conversation, they're going to be voicing some pundit that they really enjoy, right? Either that's a political voice on a news program or a pundit or a streamer, something like that. Like, you're going to find somebody that you really love. You're going to fall into their cult of personality, and you're going to memorize their talking points and use that as your rhetoric and generally craft your checklist of the things you love based on whatever they say that they love because you love them. Generally. There's the very rabid vote blue no matter which I don't fully agree with. The idea that you should vote blue no matter who is so sad to me. I think that's just, if anything, that shows how fearful people are of what they think the country would be like under Trump. Because I've never heard that rhetoric before in my life. And it's probably the only reason why somebody as weak as Biden was able to win an election the first time, right? Is that people were just so anathema, to having Trump be voted in. It's kind of like basically the same reason why Trump voted, right? Trump got voted in. Is Hillary was at that time in the 2016 election the most unpopular person in the history of votes. Am I remembering that right? Was she like the most disapproved of DNC offering in the history of elections? Maybe. Yeah, there's the people who have a more realistic take and are like, yeah, he's messing up some things, but he's done a lot of good. And there's people who are just like, fuck him. He's completely pissed everything off because of a certain topic. The multiple facets of people who are for or against Biden anyway. Well, you know, if the left gets horribly fractured and disenfranchised from each other and enough people get mad in a direction against him, that's a really handy way to get Trump to win. So I can see why there's some fervor of vote blue no matter who, because at this point there's no going back and refactoring, right? There's no chance that we'll get somebody else to step in and say, oh, don't worry, it was all a prank, guys, I'm the real Democrat candidate. I'm the real person going to be that we're going to face off against Trump for. So the ideology that that Biden is really fucked up to the point where you couldn't possibly see yourself voting for him is also a concession that you would be willing to see a nation in which Trump might step back in and see what he's going to offer. And that to me is a really interesting mental gymnastic that some people have to take into consideration when they decide how they're going to vote. Oh, the very, very sensitive topic you don't want to bring up here. I mean, yeah, there's the one. It would be a situation if Trump were in office too, where you have to consider how that would play out as well. So between the two of them, I don't know that there is a way to vote to ameliorate that specific situation. Know what I'm saying? Until you get into something else, well, we'll go into that some other time when we're not at the last half hour of the stream. Problem with Hillary is that a lot of people really supported Bernie Sanders at the time, and last minute he pulled himself out of the election and encouraged people to vote for Hillary. True, which I mean, at that point you have to understand you're all playing the game. Sanders is playing the game too. He knows that there can only be one Democratic candidate going forward, and if he leaves, people have to figure out how to pivot. Are they going to pivot toward supporting their new Democratic candidate, or are they going to let a Republican win and see how it goes? And so whether they like it or not, or whether they were thinking this way or not, a lot of people let Trump pop in and see how it goes because of their hate for her. Hurt her a lot on the Republican Party, trying to display her and treat her as if she was mentally unwell, like they're doing with Biden right now, which of course the far left is doing with Trump too. I mean, the mudslinging this particular election reminds me of the Bush Dukakis fight. It's just really muddy and nasty. It's like Biden is mishandling it, but Trump would be so much worse. Yeah, that's something to really consider. We don't live in a country where third parties have a realistic chance right now, and anybody who ideologically believes that now is the time to show our country how important third parties are is probably in the camp that is going to be permissive of Trump getting into office. Now, if that's what you want, if you want to say two things at the same time, you could say two things at the same time. You could say, I think libertarians need to be in the limelight. We need to see 5%, 10% of the popular vote go to libertarians, so that the world knows that the Libertarian Party is important, meaningful, and could actually stand a chance in this country. You could do that, and if you do that, Trump will probably win. So you're making both of those choices, whether you like it or not. So it's not like you can make your ideological claim. You can make a stance where your push to show how much disdain you have for Biden is in an isolated zero-sum game where the only thing that happens is you've slapped Biden on the back of the wrist and showed him that you think he needed to have done better. You will also permit Trump, no matter what. That's going to be the zero-sum game. So, everybody has to take into accord all of our actions have a reaction. Nico, have we haven't talked civil planning in quite a while, but I think I really like how this district looks and feels so far from the ground level. Have you walked between the buildings and just sort of gotten a feel?
I have.
It's nice.
It's working for me.
It's nice. Yeah. When you're in it, you can't see out and around. There isn't a beautiful vista, which makes being up high or climbing to a tower inside of a building so much more meaningful.
There is we did run into a problem though. Over here.
Oh no. What problem do we run it?
Our steams are off a little bit.
Oh.
So there's this, it's a problem. But
Mhm.
also a bigger problem is if you stare at this wall and look up, I
Mm.
cannot place a roof.
Oh.
They keep saying it requires a building area or whatever it is.
Oh, is it the same seam as? Wait, where's the other seam? That seems odd.
Yeah. So I
oh,
think
it is. I think.
we would definitely need to move. I think it's the one in the bank. We would need to
Yeah.
move that further
What?
east by like a couple, and then
South.
one notch or one, I guess,
One notch south.
space. And one notch south. Yeah.
Where's this one? Why am I not seeing the edge between these two on this line? There should be a line right there, right where that
I think it's because they overlap perfectly by one, and it hides the seam.
I thought you would still be able to see the seam. You might be right. That might be right where it is. So maybe they need like a one extra overlap. Or maybe it's because you built that the seam is... Well, yeah, it coincides right with the edge of that roof. So that's got to be it.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to lose anything in the northwest corner, or is nothing's been built over there yet?
I don't think anything's been built over there. I think Lady Nico said she's going to build something over there, but I don't know how.
Lady Nico, can you confirm?
I think she said she wanted to build on this little plateau thing right here.
Okay. That's still going to be in range. It'll just be south one, so we'll lose this very northernmost edge a little bit. And then I guess just the edge of the plateau, just this little bit will be cut off. But the rest of the plateau will be dibs still.
Cool.
Lady Nico said make it like a gutter or something.
And the only problem is that roof line.
Yeah.
Can't finish the roof until we move it.
Yeah, it messes up more than just the ground, unfortunately. And we have another one also. I wasn't going to say anything for a while, but it's the one that my land is plotted on.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Lady Nico says feel free to make adjustments because she hasn't done anything with the space yet. Just a small one, but it's right
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't affect anything major, but it does mean that the
Crack in
road
the sidewalk's gonna bother me.
road's got one
Has bothered me.
yeah, one crack. So that one could probably be adjusted just one space to the west. I think the north-south borders are fine on this one. I
what the hell?
did a
Let's see what
build up
that-
on the cave over here,
That's cool.
but I think you haven't seen this yet?
Yeah, I haven't seen that. It's cool.
But if we go one west, we just lose like one block in from this, and that's not a big deal because I made it pretty deep. Yeah, thanks,
We
man.
love the deep. I'm sorry, what?
What did you say? I was just receiving your compliment on how it looked. Yeah, I didn't want to look like, as a civilized area of the world that you just walked off into a random cave. Akumu says Kentucky got the chance to see the aurora. Oh, it's supposed to happen through the weekend though. And you might still have a chance. I don't think it was just like on this minute of this night you could see the... For those of you who don't know, Aurora Borealis is supposed to be visible a lot further south because of some crazy magnetic interference that's allowing for the lights to be seen like as far they said we would be able to see it down here in Georgia. So if we could see it, I'm sure
That's bananas.
I'm sure you could see it in Kentucky. Lady Nico says it's however long the solar storm lasts. There you go. So as long as there's still some interference, you might get a chance. I might, when I'm done with the stream tonight, go out and take a peek, see if there's anything we can see. We're in a pretty lightless area, so looking up at the night sky, you can do the warrior test and look for, you know, all the stars you're supposed to be able to see with the naked eye to prove if you could be an archer or whatever. So if I don't see it in my sky, then yeah. You try Lost's jumping puzzle yet?
Yeah, I did.
It's pretty tricky.
Very clever.
Yeah, well done. I feel like I'm in the golden saucer. It's perfectly clear here. Tonight I have half of mine to get in my car and drive to an area where there's not quite so much light. Do it. If you don't have anything going on early tomorrow morning, go and see what you can see. This is interesting. This could be cleaned up into something nice. I have such a mind for like doing all the interior design for all of these derelict houses, especially around Kelvin. But get lost in the weeds, spending too much time doing that and not enough time doing bigger projects or finishing my house up. Oh, you say it's supposed to be visible after midnight? Is it after midnight there right now? Should be, right? 12:30. Or maybe you're on East Coast time. We also, for some reason, I thought I went through the very first hollow halls, but on this server, but I don't have credit for it. Akuma says, Kentucky got the chance to see the aurora, but it might have been earlier than she suspected. Huh. Might be able to get another chance tomorrow, depending on how long the storm ended up lasting. Tro says, I was just packing my bag to take a cruise out with the boys to check it out. It's pretty bright out here. Yeah. Got to get yourself out to less light pollution if you're going to make a... catch an eye. Oz and I have talked about, speaking of Northern Lights and all that, we've talked about if the, not this election, but if things ever went like real far south in this country, and we're just like, you know what, America's like really fucking up. Just kind of feels like a third world country with a lot of money at this point, and we just had so much disdain for it. We actually do have a backup plan. I did the research on it last year and this year. And that is because of my grandparents, I have claim to citizenship in Finland.
Huh.
So if I wanted to become a dual citizen, I could. And then if I became a citizen of Finland, my kids automatically get Finnish citizenship, even though they weren't born there. So that's pretty amazing. The only requirement for me that I don't know how I would be able to get, because it's a little bit tricky over there, unless content creation was like paying the bills for us, is we would have to work and earn money and pay taxes in Finland for 7 years to activate it. But there's no like naturalization process or anything like that. I don't have to like do testing or have any like specialized structure set up, you know, to make myself a citizen. It's just kind of like I have to prove to Finland, yes, I promise I will be here. Yes, look, see, I'm paying into the system. I'm paying my taxes. I've done this for a while. You know, it looks like we're actually settled here. We're not skipping back and forth. And if all that happens, then that's it. That's the only requirement I need. Lady Nico says, I'm looking northern, and I'm not really seeing much of anything. Oh, bummer. Not even a flicker. Okumu says, over the weekend, possibly into the week. Oh, wow. I didn't know it was going to last that long. That's pretty cool. Bedtime now. Have fun. Good night, Akumu. You know the rules. If you're going to go to bed, just make sure you don't die. That's an inside joke for those of you that don't get it. Whenever Akumu leaves, she tells us not to die in whatever game we're playing. And so I flipped the script. It's clever, right? Lady says, I think I can see it, but it is so fucking faint. Tro says 10 years to get Canadian retirement benefits, but no time for medical care, thankfully. Ah, right. You told us about having access to medical care. That's amazing. That is so cool. But 10 years to get the retirement benefits? I guess that's not terrible. I'm going to fall off the edge of this if I'm not careful.
I've died like 4 times a night from falling off my roofs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've definitely had some stupid deaths. I even died in Lost Jumping Puzzle. I made one bad jump and I was like, I really don't want to open my glider because I will fall from his puzzle entirely. And where I'm lined up, I can at least land on a lower platform. And I did and died where I landed. Silly. All right, half timbered. That's the one I was running out of. Lady Nico says, oh, hang on. Akumu says, well, you guys are doing more building than fighting. It's true. There's probably less chance of us dying than you in your sleep. Just kidding. That's a really dark thing to say. But seriously, don't die. We like you. Lady Nico says, it's like, do I get in my car and take off right now? Because it's about 10 to 20 minutes away to drive to the spot where I know it's not going to be a lot of light. Or do I stay home because I'll miss Dream? You'll miss dreaming? Or you miss the stream and you typoed? I mean, don't worry about us. I'm closing shop in less than half an hour. Troa says I could work there something remote part-time and get 2 retirement checks out of it. What? I'm jealous. Are you looking for a sugar... Wait, what's the word? Not a sugar daddy. What's the opposite of that? What do sugar daddies look for? What's the recipient of sugar called? Just kidding. I'm gainfully employed and also gainfully married. Oh yeah, you'd miss the stream. I mean, it's just me, but I appreciate it. Do I want to make this all the way out to here? Maybe. When you go out to Cali for your various trips that you've been recently, is there any like you have got to get this one food while you're there sort of thing? Like In and Out, everybody always says, like, oh, every time I go back to California, I have to have my In and Out. Do you have
Honestly, we have In and Out
that?
here, and honestly, I don't like In and Out.
Oh.
I actually prefer Whataburger.
Huh.
But California, I would say. You know what I really miss?
What's that?
I really miss California Fish Grill.
I don't know if I've ever had that before. And I'm
good.
pescatarian.
All kinds of good fish.
Mm-hmm.
But I would definitely go there. But that's not. You know what? Oh, probably. You know that chain that's like Alertos, Albertos, Albertacos.
No.
It's like a chain, but each store has its own variation of that name.
Hmm.
They have really good food.
Can't say it rings a bell.
They have really good carne asada.
Hmm.
They've got them all over Orange County. I don't know about LA. I'd probably stop by there. If and also depends on the time of year. So during the fall, Earth Cafe has really good pumpkin pie.
Interesting. It's not what
Really
I
good.
thought I was going to hear from. Really good pumpkin pie, huh? I can respect a good pumpkin pie.
It's like the best pumpkin pie I've ever had in my entire life.
Oh, sugar baby is the term, according to Tra. Okay. Thank you. I'll try to use that appropriately next
time. Manna Cream Barbecue. MANNA.
Mm-hmm. I do love cream barbecue.
Best cream barbecue I've ever had. It's a little more expensive, but it's fucking worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Last I paid, it was $23 a person, but since then I've heard the prices have gone up
Sure.
to almost 40 for all you can eat.
I can tell you everything has gone up pretty significantly just since we moved. When we were there, we weren't there to like go be foodies, but you know, we have to eat, and some people we met wanted to go out to eat places.
Sure.
And we were just absolutely floored by the cost of some things. There's this like, it's just a mom and pop breakfast shop. That's all it is. But they had a like faux meat breakfast burrito that was not cheap. And that's fine. Like, it's not all of their usual eggs and regular fare. So if it's not cheap and it's like special food, that's we're okay with that. We're comfortable with paying a little bit extra. It was like an $8 burrito. But mind you, you really did kind of get $8 worth of food when you ordered it. Like, if you ate the burrito in one setting, good for you. That's pretty impressive. But it's honestly 2 meals worth of food.
Huh.
If eaten right. if eaten in moderation. And I didn't get the chance to go to this place, but Oz did, and she looked for that burrito on the menu, and in 3 years' time, it went from an $8 burrito to an $18 burrito.
Jesus.
Yeah, I could tell you it's not $18 worth of burrito. It was pretty insane.
It's bonkers.
Yeah. Hurts. But everything's crazy expensive. More so in California than in other places, though. And I'm not sure why things are outpacing other places' prices so badly. Like, you'd think some things like I don't know, certain types of produce, maybe gas. Like, California has a really good trade infrastructure, and it's got a big breadbasket agricultural sort of area. So you'd think certain things would just be cheaper by nature of you're not shipping it to a podunk area. It's like a highly built up area with good access, good trade. But gas was crazy expensive there compared to Georgia. And Georgia, to me, feels more off the grid. Like, it should be expensive to get gas here because we don't have the same first world trade infrastructure California does. And it was intensely more expensive there. and all the food, basically every bit of food that we could imagine. And of course, while we're out there, the tiny is going through a new growth spurt.
Mm-hmm.
One day, Oz went out for like a girl date with Waz's wife. And they were gone maybe like 6 hours, 6.5 hours or so. I shit you not.
Okay.
Half of that time, I was feeding the tiny.
Jeez.
It wasn't like half that time I was telling her, you got to eat. Hurry up and eat. Focus on your food because you're playing. Stop. Don't just spin it around on the plate with your fork. Actually chew. It wasn't like that. Like, I know kids, and I know plenty of kids that they just rather play than actually eat their food.
Yeah.
I'm super accustomed to that. And our little is like that. She would rather just not eat food. But no kidding, the tiny was consistently nonstop eating for like 3 to 3.5 hours. That was just
Jeez.
one of the days we were out there. I'm like, what the hell? Please tell me some of this comes out of you as poop, because I'm scared right now. With how much food you've just put into you, I'm so scared. Yeah. I have a feeling she's gonna grow up to be as tall as the little very quickly here. All right, let me catch up with chat. Okay, that's 2 for Sugar Baby. Oh yeah, I forgot we were reading this PubMed article. Troy says, sweet, I just went out to get the mail. It's visible from where I am already, but faint. Oh, nice. That's amazing. Okay, Lady Nico's going to go out and try to see. As far as California, there's one place I would recommend. Granted, I've heard from my friends that have actually eaten there. It's not the same as the Japanese chain that I'm familiar with, but Coco's Ichiban. I've been to a place called Ichiban, but I don't know that it's Coco's
Never heard of
Ichiban.
Coco's. Interesting.
It's a Japanese curry house. It was phenomenal in Japan, but I heard it's not as great in the US. Oh, bummer. Because real estate, there's not a lot of buildings, so the cost of every building and all that goes up, so they have to charge more to be able to afford the rent and other shit. There's a lot more real estate than there used to be. I think once upon a time there were like demands that weren't being met because of there wasn't enough housing being built. But the amount of buildup that you see east of LA and Orange counties is intense. In like one generation of humans, what used to be exclusively agriculture, like orange groves and bunny rabbits running around in wild chaparral plains and all that sort of thing, is all like new construction, and they're still making new houses. So I think the cost of real estate there is an attempt at proving to people that if they charge a certain amount of real estate or for real estate, that it's proof that California is special or unique in some sort of way. I think they try to sell it that you'll never get better weather than California. You'll never get better culture and opportunities to connect with so many different cool things happening than in California. You have so much more diversity and great politics in California. So that's sort of their argument as to why you should pay the premium. And those are the things we were actually completely worried about leaving the state. Like we're going to miss out on so much. The food, the diversity, the different peoples, the great weather, the all the events that you can go to in and out of LA, how close you are to being to so many cool different biomes like the desert, the ocean, the mountains. We were afraid we were going to miss all of that. And it turns out they don't have the stranglehold on like best place in the entire country. Certainly not to the amount that they charge for real estate. If we took the amount that the house that we're in right now and tried to find something in California, we would be living in like a moldy 1950s or 60s mobile home in a mobile home park. No doubt. Tro says, I prefer Washington to California, hands down. I like Washington from what I remember of it. We mostly only went up there to go camping, though. So I don't know much about the urban areas. Isn't it crazy expensive, though, too? Like, aren't you not?
Rent is insane.
Oh, yeah. You've got a lot of family in Washington State.
Mm-hmm.
What are we talking about? Like, do you know... But my baseline for knowing what rent is generally based on around like the studio or like 2-bedroom apartment, basic avenue.
Let's see. I think I just saw the there was a recent study earlier this year. So I think Washington, the median is right around 2.4, 2.6 thousand.
2.4
For
studio?
I think they're talking about for a. Hold on.
Because that seems insane. Absolutely insane.
Trying to figure out what they're basing this on.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, this. Let me find a more recent one. I think this one was last updated. There it is, November 20th, 23. There's got to be a more updated one. Hold on.
Take out the secret door here, or I think it's still there. There it is. Wait, close? Didn't close. Does the door not close anymore? Oh, it closes when you're on top of it and not when you're underneath it. That's not very helpful. How do I don't think there's a way to close it. There you go, you have to jump.
So this one's pretty recent. This is. Oh, it says 2024. This was. Shit balls. It doesn't give me an exact date. It just says 2024. 10 most expensive rent. This is by state. U.S. metros. U.S. cities. We can do cities. Well, actually, we can go through all of them. This is based on an average of fair market rents for 0 to 4 bedroom residential rental units throughout the United States, including Puerto Rico, for calendar year 2024. Minimum city population of 300,000.
All right.
Seattle is number 5 at 2934. Actually, start at the bottom.
Sure.
Number 10 is Miami, 2501. Number 9 is Honolulu, Hawaii, 2508. LA, surprisingly, comes at number 8, 2638.
Wow.
Oakland, 2768.
Why is Oakland so expensive?
Yeah.
Have you been to Oakland?
Been to, yes, but briefly, like in and out, passing through town sort of thing.
Probably smart.
Yeah. Boston is 2920. Seattle number 5 again is 2934. San Diego 3203.
Ouch.
Big jump. That's a big jump.
That's a big jump.
San Jose 3329. San Francisco 3411 at number 2. And number 1 is New York City. Now, keep in mind, number 2, San Francisco is 3411.
Yeah.
New York, 4,035.
What the heck? I mean, New York really doesn't look like anything else anywhere else in the country. So, are you paying for a unique experience with New York? Yeah. I get it. I can't understand the cost.
Yeah.
I don't think I could fathom that kind of a cost. Like, you could get so much more anywhere else in the country for just deciding, instead of living right in it, I will go visit it. Like, you could just make that one decision. I love New York so much that I will fly to it several times a year and, take in its feel. You could probably do that on all the money you save from not living there. Because that's pretty crazy. But I had no idea that Seattle was so crazy expensive.
Yeah.
Tro says, I hate my rent, but not more than I like spoiling myself. That's fair. If you've got the means. Lady Nico says, okay, I'm listening to while I drive. Nice. This is officially a mobile podcast. What's up, Gradsor? Yes, Sir Hiss Prince John. You recognize that. If you're curious, if you're watching this on YouTube and you see that come up regularly and you're like, what the heck is going on? I don't understand. That is an alert that's mostly for me, but it announces when anybody who's watching the stream on Twitch will be stuck watching ads if they're not subscribed, if they're not on Twitch Turbo. But on YouTube, at least for the time being, you can watch the stream completely ad-free. So it doesn't apply. Not a you problem. But you do get to enjoy the Robin Hood reference, which I grew up a big fan of Robin Hood. Nico, I don't know if I shared this with you, but did you know that Robin Hood, the Disney cartoon, is highly referential to old Robin Hoods?
Really?
Yeah. So what they did in like an act of love for Robin Hood in general is they basically rotoscoped scenes from old live action Robin Hoods from the history of cinema, their favorites, like Errol Flynn and others that came before and after him. And I'm just like, you know what? We're going to do this scene. We're going to like find a way to write it into the story that our Robin Hood also does this move on the rope, or, flies through the air this way, or shoots his bow that way. Just so that it's, like an homage.
I've heard they've used the actual same animation from Jungle Book, or whichever one came first.
Yeah, there's
you know anything about this?
Also that too. It's not 100% from old Robin Hood movies. It's also from Jungle Book too.
So did Jungle Book come out before Robin Hood?
That's a good question. I forget which one was actually first.
Here, I'll fact check.
Yeah, please do. I don't have to.
So Robin Hood is 1973, and Jungle Book 1967. So yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, they definitely were, a crazy studio with crazy costs back in those days. And one of the biggest costs they had was that a lot of the animation was done like very painstakingly. In some cases, they literally hired actors and paid them to act out the scenes and then did rotoscoping, which is just drawing over individual film frames to animate their characters. And that's why they had some crazy lifelike animation for things like Alice in Wonderland that you wouldn't expect necessarily for animation in that era. But it makes everything cost a lot of money. So if you can find any way to reuse some of those scenes and animations in another movie later on, you do it, because otherwise the costs are insane. Troa says, I'm looking into moving into a house, though, if the right one opens. Nice. Good stuff. I wish you luck on your quest. I have lived in almost every sort of living situation that can be perceived. From as small as, I've lived in my car. But the smallest place that existed on no wheels that I've lived in was 3 rooms big. It was a kitchenette. So if you have a small kitchen or an old kitchen, cut that in half, and that's about the size of our kitchen. A living room / bedroom that was about as small as most people's bedrooms are, kind of like a 10 by 10 space or so. And a small bath, about the size of a powder bath, but it did have a stall shower in it. And I lived in those 3 rooms with my mom and my, at the time, adult sister. And we shared, that space among the 3 of us. It was very tiny for 3 people, and we did that for a pretty crazy amount of time. And I've lived in really, really huge houses too. If you know anything about my economic history, you probably know that the only way I was able to do that was by combining forces with a lot of other people. I've lived in a house with as many as, okay, let me do this count. There's those 2. I don't want to dox anybody, but those 2, us 2, that one, and sometimes her, and then that one. 8 people, and sometimes 2 house guests that would stay the night. So maybe up to 10 people living in the same house for a period of time, but not all like permanent residents. 8 permanent residents or so. And we also had, amongst all of us, 4 dogs and 4 cats, and then a bunch of exotic animals like tarantulas and stuff, and snakes. Yeah, that was crazy. But that house was big enough that we did not drive each other crazy. Do you have any weird places you've lived in your past that you can think of, Nico?
Weird places?
Yeah.
Let's see.
It's like strange stories.
Man, where do we begin? Let's see. Well, we could start at the very beginning.
Very good place to start.
When you count, you begin with 1, 2, 3. When you read, you begin with ABC.
Yeah. And
when you sing.
When you sing.
Yeah. What do you start with?
Dope.
Do, re, mi. No. So I was born in the Philippines. I think everybody knows that. We didn't move. We moved to Sacramento when I was 3. I think the first place, because then it was Georgia, then it was Utah, then it was Hawaii, then Washington State, then California, and then like every couple years in California over the next 20 years. I moved around every 2 to 3 years just because of circumstances. And sometimes, in a couple instances, just the need to move. I'd say the weirdest place, though, it wasn't necessarily weird. I don't think I've ever lived anywhere weird, but the one place I would never move to again was Hawthorne.
Hawthorne, really?
Yeah, Hawthorne is it shares borders with what's very much like Compton and Inglewood. There was like gunfire almost on a nightly basis. Ghetto birds all times a day, at night, every night. There's always something going on. Actually, you know what was weird?
What's that?
One of the weirdest places I ever lived was downtown Hollywood.
Oh,
I would never do that again either. Where we lived, it was La Brea and Orange. And that's only a couple blocks from like down like Hollywood, where you think Hollywood, the Walk of Fame and Amoeba Records and all that shit.
Yeah.
When we first started talking about getting a dog, the girl I was with at the time, we couldn't have. First of all, we couldn't have the dogs at the apartment. But even if we could, we wouldn't, because I mean, we had all kinds of people leaving their needles everywhere on the sidewalks.
Oh, I see.
It just wasn't a clean and good place to live, like at all. It's terrible. I thought it was going to be like a really cool place to live, but it absolutely was not. It was like the worst. Which is why I was like, I think I mentioned earlier, like when friends come in out of town, I want to go to Hollywood. It's like, you really
No,
don't.
You don't. Allow me to change your mind. Yeah, Hollywood is good in theory. But harsh reality. Whoops.
What are you?
Weirdest place besides that 3-room shack I told you about?
Yeah.
And my car.
Yeah.
Weirdest. That's a good question. Do that right? Ah, oh, damn, I didn't. Let's see. So we lived a few places in Eugene, some places back east before my parents divorced. When my father, who was a doctor most of his life, started actually getting like doctor money. He got this big, like 1918 farmhouse Well, the house wasn't like big, but the land, there was a lot of land, like 7 acres. It was, I don't know if I call it weird, just like old and historic and a lot of work. He wasn't a farmer or anything, and he was busy all the time with his practice. So to also have 7 acres on top of that, and he didn't like hire hands to help him with it. So all of his spare time was spent in maintenance, which, hey, if that's how you like to spend all of your spare time, cool. Clock out of your work, clock in at your home. But I don't know if I call it weird. I would take a venture and say that the weirdest place I lived was one of the first places I lived when I first met Oz, actually. And it was a trailer park. I just found them on Craigslist or something like that. And they had, do you know the difference between like a regular trailer and a double wide?
I think so. Is the double wide the one that looks just like a wide? It's like the shape of looks like a house, but it's, you know, a mobile, like you could lift, like put on a truck and drive around.
In order to take a double wide onto a truck, you need to split it down the middle. So there's like this weird seam, kind of like somebody who healed and has a scar where they healed up together. So it's kind of like that down the middle, but they cover it with, you know, fixtures and stuff. So it kind of doesn't look like that once you're in it. We lived in Oz was not, we didn't live together at the time. But I was in the double wide, and it was not that the trailer was for rent. I was renting a room. And so my one room was the, I guess, master bedroom or something like that in this place, which was really posh. It was the whole length of the trailer. Sorry, length? The width, I guess. The width part of the trailer. And I had a walk-in closet and a deep, like, therapeutic bathtub and a stall shower next to that in my own detached bathroom. I had free utilities, which meant, and I also had my own window AC unit that I could leave on all day and keep my room at probably around 60 degrees year round, which was amazing. And it had enough space for a queen size bed plus lots of room around it, right? Furniture, my computer, and all that kind of stuff. And it cost almost nothing. It sounds like a really luxury experience so far, right? This thing was ancient. I think it was made in the 1950s. So the veneer on the walls, the carpet, like everything was crumbling. If you touched anything for too long, there's a chance it would start to deteriorate under your fingers. I shared this space with 4 other people. So while I had my own, you know, bedroom and bathroom, the rest of the mobile home was occupied. There's one other bedroom and 2 other side rooms that got converted into bedrooms, but they weren't big enough to be bedrooms, but they were bedrooms. Some student and his mom lived in one of the smaller rooms, not the full bedroom, which is crazy to me. And then this one other guy who was a university student, like I was at the time, he had the other full bedroom, or the other regular sized bedroom. I was the master bedroom, so mine was bigger than everybody else's. I paid more than everybody else did too for this. And then there was the parent of that cat whose baby poops smelled like Parmesan cheese. She lived She lived there too. We actually didn't know that she had kittens. She never told anybody. When I say she, obviously she didn't like pass kittens. She was the owner of I guess she, what's the word? She adopted a stray cat, but didn't really take it in to get shots or like officially own it. She just de facto owned a stray cat that would come into our mobile home. And that cat randomly had kittens, and she tried to hide them from all of us by sticking them in the corner of the living room and closing off the area so that they wouldn't get out. Spoiler alert, kittens mew. So I was walking through the living room one day. I was like, what is that mewing sound? What is going on? I go look in the corner, and there's cardboard pressed up against a hutch to like hide the corner of the living room, and there's all these kittens crawling all over each other. I was like, oh no, what the hell just happened? Anyway, we ended up adopting two of them. They still live with my in-laws to this day.
Oh.
Yeah. Gizmo and Zachary. Zachary's the Parmesan butt. But yeah, so the place was like nasty and crazy, and there were way too many people there living in one small space. We had one parking spot, and we would try to fit 3 cars in it. And whenever somebody had to leave, they had to knock on doors to get the other people who were blocking their car to move their cars so that they could leave. And I had a car and a motorcycle at the time, and I tried to park both of them in the spot. And then you could also try to do street parking, but that was essentially impossible. Yeah, it was really weird and nasty. It cost me almost nothing to live there. And I spent probably way longer there than I ought to have. But when you're saving money and you're not homeless, what can you do? It's pretty nice. I don't know if that constitutes as weird. Is that weird? Is that weird enough to be the weirdest place I've lived?
I mean, that counts.
Okay.
That counts.
Waz used to come over too. This was an era of my life where the two of us would spend way too late at night staying up playing World of Warcraft together, or Magicka, or just anything that was like multiplayer.
How long have you known Waz?
So we met. Well, you depends on which one of you ask. If you ask him, he thinks he knows me from Japanese 101. And I
What year was that?
This would be, it's 2024 now. How long ago would this be? It'd be a long time ago. I'll try to do the math off stream and let you know. So I also don't dox any personal information.
Okay, how about
between
this?
the two of us.
Is it before 2004?
That's it. Maybe I would need to do some math. It was around that era.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit before, maybe a little bit after. Why? You think we could have bumped into each other again around that time?
Well, it's absolutely very possible. But also, I mean, this part of the conversation we have to do off stream. But there's somebody I'm trying to find out if trying to see if you knew somebody.
Oh, interesting. So I can say I've known Waz. So I knew him. I knew of him before I really knew him. And first off, oh crap, I missed that jump. When I did finally get to know him on a deeper level, like, hey, you hang out at my place, I hang out at your place. He was in, I don't want to say that, might kind of dox things, but it was before he moved in with your brother. It was the place he lived before he lived with your brother.
Wait, when? I'm trying to remember when they lived together.
Okay.
I didn't know that. Wait, did I know? Huh.
Well, we're coming up to about the place where I'm gonna call it a night anyway. So we can stop like hemming and hawing around stuff that we can't say about other people's
Right.
personal lives on stream without their consent. So let me just say, to those of you that hung out with us, thanks for some of the deeper chats tonight and introspectives. Thanks for reminding me that I can step outside and see if we see Aurora Borealis this far south. If I am able to, one, I'll try to take a picture if I can see anything at all that's more than just like a weird wisp that you wouldn't tell is that. And two, I'll let you all know on Discord what I see or what I don't see. So if you're not in the Discord community, you can cyberstalk me. DamienHolme.com has links to everything on my socials. So if you're not stalking me on one platform or another that you'd like to, go there to find it. And that is, it does have a link to my Discord. If that Discord link doesn't work anymore, please hit me up and I'll make sure that it's a working link. And for those of you that have been waiting with bated breath to get back into Myst, I apologize that we had 2 weeks off where we did not advance Myst 4 because I'm really excited to see where the story goes on this particular game. That's all happening tomorrow, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, so do not miss it. It would be sad if you missed tomorrow's Myst stream. See what I did there? All right. For all of you, if you're on YouTube or Kick, I'm saying goodbye to you right now. And then Twitch folks, hang out. We're going to go raid somebody. If you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Take it easy.